Well, quite literally, the game isn't working, and that by definition.
Nice.
It's like turning on your stove and it freezes your food instead.
So you're saying gays don't work?
Well, isn't that by definition? At least what it's designed for. Your stove is designed to heat your food.
Damn.
Branch and their plenary classification
Who
powers
contributed more to
They can
society?
declassify
You,
also.
Indeed, they can. So when they say it
Alan
wasn't classified,
Turing.
it's not.
Oh, if Trump decides it's not classified, then it's not classified.
Indeed.
Right? But
So if
Who
some
contributed more to mankind? You or Alan Turing?
Who's that?
He was the guy who cracked the Enigma code during World War II and created computers.
There were four.
What?
There were.
No, but like he created the Turing machines. He created like basically what is known as modern day computers, dog. I'm asking you a simple question, dog.
So I guess by.
No, just answer it. Yes or no? Did you contribute more or no? Nice! Not probably. Definitely not, dog. You know he was gay, dog?
Well, yeah, he fucking.
No, but do you know he was gay, dog?
He had hormone blockers.
No, but do you know he was gay, dog?
Yeah, that's why I said he had hormone blockers. Or he took hormone blockers.
So he contributed more to society than you, right?
Sure.
Did you fucking invite me, though?
Into what?
Into the fucking game, dude.
The game doesn't work, bro.
You better get it working, dog.
Holy fuck, man.
my
So
question
would you
was,
have wanted those people in Yemen or our service members to be exposed by that information? And if, say, it
which
was
information?
intercepted?
Which information?
The plans for the
What was the
attack,
plan? What are you talking about?
exactly how they were going to attack these people in Yemen.
What were the what details are you referring to?
All of the details in that chat.
You know the details.
Yeah, I'll read them actually.
You're gonna look them up.
Yeah, I don't know them. Do you think
I do.
Okay, then tell us what.
F-18s and launch times.
What's that
No
blank
targets, no personnel, no
screen
locations.
right there, or box? Ubisoft Connect.
Yeah, and then watch. It's initializing.
It's initializing.
It does that. I don't think it's even going to update. It's just going to keep it initializing until I close it. Because that's what happened before.
Covering geek.
There is no back.
No, yeah, see, it's just going to fucking initialize until the world ends.
Hoax, the cuffing.
What?
Give me your opinion.
Well, don't do that.
I'm just trying to get it
Yeah,
to
look
the light.
straight. Yeah, looks worse. Like, now it's not just the bump or the red thing. It's like there's a bump and with the red things on it, not just the red thing's a bump.
Wait, what'd you just say? A bump?
Yeah, my sister's chin infection.
Damn, it's like swollen or some shit.
Well, it kind of just looks like pimples that were bleeding and now have scabs. That's what it looked like before, but now it actually looks like a welt with the scabs on top of it.
Damn. Aren't you gonna go to work?
Well, Well, she's going to, I guess.
Might not get as many tips, but
Yeah, that's what I was. Yeah. Like, if she really wanted to, she could probably put makeup on it, but she's never really worn makeup before.
damn, dude, connection lost.
This fucking game's a piece of shit. I generally don't think I've ever encountered a game that deserves to be absolutely murdered as much as this game.
Yeah, not even
No.
Mass Effect Andromeda.
No. That was just that was just like a genuinely bad game. Like with missed opportunity.
But what is this?
This is a degenerately, almost like a purposely bad game. Like it's there to antagonize you. At least with Andromeda, they tried, but just did it badly. Like the ship was cool. I'm sure some other things were cool. I don't remember. Most of the people in the game were terrible. The story was bad. Didn't really run very well. But at least there were some. At least it seemed like they tried. This it seems like they tried to make you mad. It's like Nvidia and like other companies give money to this company just so I can break my PC every time I play the game. The fuck was that? Well,
Fucking Verdansk is.
yo, dog, start the stream and I'll watch you play, dog.
On my PlayStation, I don't know how to stream, dog.
I wonder if that piece of shit has to be, Okay, hold on, let me... If this doesn't work, then I'm just not even gonna try again. It might work. So I didn't know, wait. So Rival... Okay, never mind. It's a piece
Nice.
I was gonna say, maybe it was because Rivals was eating all the bandwidth and all that shit in the background, but nope. Wasn't Rivals' fault.
Damn, dude.
So it's not even like the game was bad, so I stopped playing it. It just doesn't work. So I guess it's bad enough to where I can't play it. You want to play Baldur's Gate or no?
I'm starting a new one though.
What, for the co-op?
Yeah, starting a new one. Play as a barbarian.
So whether or
It was
not
much more detailed than that. It had
it
the
wasn't.
date. It was the time. Listen, I'm gonna pull this up.
Like the one
reason
day
why
I
they
wanted to
argued
play
it wasn't
Siege.
classified is because the
Okay.
launch of vehicles. I'm sorry,
I hate
I
it.
think it was vehicles, not.
It's so annoying. One day I get on like slightly early. You can download mods for this game? Oh shit.
But yeah, like if you download mods and I don't have them, fuck up the matchmaking. So just hold off on it.
No, it's not that anymore. I was gonna buy one.
Bag joy.
check.
I think.
So I found your
Right.
lobby.
Oh, well, I sent an invite.
Do I have to join it from?
How did you do it last time?
I don't remember.
Go back to that. Go back to the menu.
So I
Go to
can see your name.
multiplayer.
Oh,
Is there?
no, I got it. I thought I could right click, but I had to click another button.
Oh,
I didn't know it was there.
fuck. See. Fuck. Gonna speed through this.
Yeah, even when I started my own playthrough.
I don't.
I think I'm just gonna make this. What? Wait, you're gonna play as a fucking lizard?
Yeah. Where'd you get the dreads?
One of the heads.
I mean, you can play as lizard too. I mean.
It's locked.
No, go to custom.
Where is that?
Okay, so you're at the origin thing, right? Wait, hold on. I can actually see your stream. Okay, and then go on the left. Go to base. And yeah, click Dragonborn right there.
Oh, so what is this? Just like.
Yep. Origin are characters inside the game. Like that's all it is. Wait, what the fuck did you pick for your solo campaign then?
Made myself look like a pureblood Sith. So it's red with
So what is that? What race was that?
like the devil, I think.
Oh, tiefling.
Yeah, it was the only one that had good red skin that looked human. That's interesting. I think all these are the same class. I think. I don't really understand these abilities that give you an advantage on your next attack roll. Does that literally mean like the roll when you're rolling the dice?
Yeah. I don't know. I admittedly, I don't understand how like a lot of it is.
Explode a corpse?
Yeah.
So that means someone has to be dead around someone else. I don't know if that's
Yeah. Like I've used it before. It can be pretty useful actually, but
This game reminds me a lot of, especially the music, reminds me a lot of Witcher 3.
I think they use I think they use the same engine when you're in cutscenes
Cutscenes, maybe that's why.
or like dialogue, like scenes or whatever the fuck.
And did I already say I don't understand the thing where you need like 2 slots for something?
Sorry, 2 slots for something.
Yeah, remember.
I can see on your stream. You can just show me.
No. Remember when we're in battle and I can't use like my best ability because I need 2 slots, and it's blacked out. It's not.
Yeah. I know what that is. Okay. I can show you since you're streaming and I have the stream pulled up. When we get to that point, I'll show you. At least how I understand it.
Oh right, because I think you tried to explain it, but I couldn't understand because I literally don't have the same.
Yeah, like it's a different UI
Yeah.
on PC, so I couldn't like explain it over. Now that I see it.
Okay, so if you look at my stream right now, I'm just gonna stay on the page. I want
Yeah.
to have Ice Knife and Thunder Wave, but I don't want to give up Magic Missile and Chromatic Orb. Am I gonna get? Can I get those later? Hold on one sec.
I believe so. Yeah.
Yeah, like
That's
in,
like your cantrips, right?
Yeah, or spells. Do you get up?
Spells?
Do you get more spells?
Yeah. I'm pretty sure you do. Yeah.
Yeah, what's up?
As you level up, you get more slots or whatever.
Well, it's not even that. I would need something good to sit on because I did legs today, which went back. I would, but it's like the worst thing.
What are you talking about?
She asked me to go to emergency with her again, but my back is already chopped enough and good seating.
Oh, dude, she's tell her she's gonna be there like till next morning, dude.
Well, last time we went there that long.
What by the Humber Hospital here?
Yeah, when we went on Sunday, it was probably less than 2 hours.
Oh, I don't know about weekdays, but
the one thing, it's not even a big deal. It's probably a niche thing, but some of these subclasses or whatever have.
I literally don't know.
Yeah, you don't have to. Some of them have one really cool thing, like one really cool ability or passive, and then the other one isn't something I like, but another class has one I like, and the other one. So it's like, I wish there was one, even if they were nerfed, if they had 2 that, or even if I could choose 2, even if they were nerfed, I would like that. Hold on, I'm gonna change the name of my stream.
All right, yeah, whatever. Settle on. This is the one we're going with moving forward. Okay. Same.
I just need to change the file.
Yeah, no worries.
They're just gonna take a little bit longer making my character. Edit. Resize image.
I'm good to stay up pretty late. I feel like you have to play this game a couple times to really like know everything.
I'd probably say more than twice, and you'd have to like actually look into it. Because even just this fucking menu shit, learning what this all does and learning what these abilities all do that are all different characters, and then you have to know the story and the lore. It'll take a fucking crazy long time.
Not weapons, no specific targets, and unspecified locations. And so they argued this is not classified information. In fact, on top of this,
And why did he share it with them anyway?
with other members of the cabinet,
People that needed to know were Mike Waltz and the
they were having a conversation about whether they were going to carry it out. Very much
before it
looked
even
PR
happened.
statement.
But would you want anyone to have that information before it happened?
Let me ask you a question.
Yes.
Why does the military let Richard Engel embed with them on military strikes?
But they have agreements when you do that. I've done that kind of thing before. You can't report it before it happens.
How come it wasn't a big story that Richard Engel brought his personal cell phone to Syria during the Assad missions?
I don't know about this story.
And this is substantially worse than Signalgate will ever be.
So
It wasn't.
there's one where it says when you aren't wearing armor, your base armor is 13. The other one I don't even care about. And then for a different subclass, if you reach 0 hit points, you regain 1 instead of becoming downed. Like, imagine how good those would be together.
Never a story. Richard Engel, correspondent for NBC News, carried his personal cell phone into Assad territory, giving away all U.S. intel to a foreign adversary, and not a single journalist cared.
What color are you gonna go?
I'm trying to figure out my.
At all. And now they're going Signalgate, and I'm like, so someone
gonna
accidentally
go,
got
like,
texted
pale white.
vehicles in an attack that everybody knew was going to be happening at some point because Trump said they were going to do it. And so it's not a pretty moment, I suppose, to accidentally loop a journalist in. But I will add, the government brings journalists in these conversations all the time and have
Oh, it's
often
not
have their
on
security
purpose.
compromised unintentionally by these individuals, and not a single journalist will ever call out one of their own.
Okay, here's one. I've
Still
got
waiting
it.
for any journalist to call out Richard Engel.
VP, building collapsed, had multiple positive
Which building,
ID.
where?
I'm just reading the text.
know, where?
Time now, 11:40. I'm reading the text that you said are just like nothing. 11:44. Weather is favorable. Just confirmed with CENTCOM. We are a go for mission launch. JD Vance. The strongest reason to do this doesn't matter anyway. What he says. All that matters is what Pete Hegseth says, because that is obviously the. Here you can see. Blah blah. I mean, am I gonna have to sign up for the Atlantic to read this one? Establishing a principals group for coordinating on Houthis, particularly. No,
Oh,
guys, don't laugh. I'm gonna read through it all.
Nobody left.
Okay.
I mean, to be fair, we've gone over this probably 17 times.
Yeah, but I'm just saying you minimized it, and we're like, yeah, it's just like a text message. It's no big deal. Just friends chatting. This was
We
a
didn't.
war attack.
It's a question of if it's classified or not. So the information given, which is surprising to me, is at first I thought, did they include Goldberg on purpose? Because this is actually routine stuff. I've been given tons of private information from government sources often, and they say just don't repeat it, it's off the
With
record.
every single person's number on there, and like the chief of staff, and the vice president, and the CGOT, like the entire national security apparatus essentially on there.
I think you're a hypocrite.
Oh, sure. Thanks
You-
for the name calling.
Well, I'm describing a behavior you just engaged in.
What is that?
That you say I can't reveal sources, that sometimes they have to be anonymous. I wouldn't expose my sources, that's why we don't reveal their information. Then Goldberg gets given
Okay.
privy access to a communication, and you're saying, I can't believe you guys wouldn't have shared this. Indeed. I know people who work.
But it wasn't intentional, and they were sharing. Okay, but I want
So
to.
my
But I
question
want to
for
go
you
back
is,
to the.
would you expose your private sources if they accidentally sent you information? And you didn't know, you didn't have an answer.
It depends on the situation, and I don't think I would expose my sources. But if it was this situation where he was mistakenly added to a chat.
So this is interesting. I'm on Draconic Bloodline as like an ability or whatever, and it gave me like that pigment mutation thing where my skin's red, blue, white, pink, or whatever. Can I change that after, so I don't fuck shit up?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
That include. This was a rare situation. Okay.
Why not just be like, guys, take me off?
Okay, here's this. Weather is favorable. Just confirmed with CENTCOM. We are a go for a mission launch. That was at 12:15. F-18's launch. First strike package. Trigger based. F-18 first strike window starts. Target terrorist is at his known location, so should be on time. Also strikes drone launch. MQ ends. 14:10. More F-18s launch. Second strike package. Okay. I could keep going because
And
it's
here's my
14,
question.
15 strike drones on target. This is when the first bombs will definitively drop, pending earlier triggered based targets. 15:36, F-18 second strike starts. Also first, like, do you want me to keep going? Like, this is obviously...
No, because we know all of
these
this
are
already.
obviously detailed texts. You made it seem like it was 2 text messages.
I didn't say that.
You did.
We've gone over the story
You
extensively.
also said there was 1 source, now there's 4 sources. It's like,
Is that the only argument you have?
oh, yeah, because you don't keep the facts straight.
You are overly emotional on this story. You are overly defensive of Democrats and the media apparatus.
I'm not defensive of Democrats, and I'm not defensive. I am defensive of
Anti-Trump.
journalists. I'm defensive
Indeed.
of journalists, and I am just as critical of Biden as I was of Trump. And I was one of the few journalists that said that he was too old and that
That's
he
fine.
should be
That's
running.
fine. So
and
here's
all of
how
that.
journalism should approach Signalgate.
Oh, okay.
Indeed. Is it routine for journalists to be given access to this kind of information?
No, it's
Yes,
not.
it is. It's frequent.
That?
Yes.
If you got that, there would be an embargo on it.
No.
No, that kind of
Oh, sure.
we would not get access to.
Yes, there could be an embargo. Indeed. Agreed.
And I don't think that we would get access to that, honestly.
Richard Engels was given direct access to go on U.S. missions.
What year was
This is the beginning of the Arab Spring 10 years ago.
Okay.
So it is a fact that U.S. journalists embed with the military on classified
It's
missions.
very, 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 like, it's very tight. If it's a classified mission.
Indeed.
It's
So-
not.
so-
it's
so
not
we
it's not
agree.
signal.
My point
It
was,
doesn't have like.
the questions we need to ask on Signalgate, if you're actually trying to understand what's going on in the truth, is information like this routinely given to journalists? The answer is yes.
Not routinely.
The answer is yes, with a but.
No, it's not routinely. That would be a very rare situation. You referenced something that
wrong.
happened 10 years ago. Give me another routine time when this happens.
Should I pull up all of the war footage from every news outlet ever in every conflict?
Okay, war footage is when you are literally in the war with them and you cannot report until the actual thing happens afterwards, right?
So you're misunderstanding.
They mistakenly.
You are misunderstanding.
This was a mistake.
you are
a
being-
mistake.
You are being way too emotional and jumping the gun
No,
on the point I'm
difference
trying to
is
make.
a mistake.
And you're talking over. Okay. So the first thing I said is information like this routinely given to journalists? The answer is yes, that it is. In this regard, it may have accidentally been given to a journalist. So the question then we have is, was there damage done? The answer is no, there was no damage done. So the question then after that is,
That we know of.
who cares?
That we know of. I mean, we might not have sources in Yemen anymore because of that. We might not.
I can speculate 15 million things all the time. But a journalist isn't going to do that. They're going to say, I don't see any ramifications from this story. It's an interesting thing that happened.
Maybe it's a
Story's
good thing.
over.
Maybe it was a good thing that it became public because they won't be using Signal again
They all use Signal. Why
for
wouldn't they?
classified information.
And I agree they shouldn't if it's disappearing. They
Wait,
should if they
you
want
know
to.
Signal is regularly used
It
improperly,
is,
but this isn't
not
the first time.
But not for
But in
classified.
past administrations
Yes,
and
it just started.
classified information is regularly put onto Signal. The issue was
No.
that it was leaked
That it was
accidentally from Goldberg. But no, you don't think past administrations have used this?
They have.
Signal is used
They
regularly.
have. No,
all
I
use it.
know. They have.
Oh,
They're
okay,
allowed-
so
and
the
they're
real
not
issue was
disputing that.
Goldberg.
So the issue is
in there.
the extent of the story from a bland assessment is, wow, who did that? I guess don't do it again. Instead,
good.
we've gotten a 2-month ongoing. It's the apocalypse.
But if there, but you
text
have-
message.
If there is another chat, okay, there were multiples. It wasn't just that. There was the Houthi. There was the
What's
Houthi
your
one, and
next?
then there was another one.
Which other one?
Mike
Let's
Waltz
hope
set
the
up a
locals
second
are friendly.
chat chain.
Be wary. This
Are
place
you
is
saying
trapped.
signals in general?
More of
I
those
just
wretched
yes.
things.
So you're
Okay.
not supposed to use Signal for this
There's
kind of
magic
information.
keeping this chest sealed. I can feel its aura.
I agree,
You
and
can
it
still
shouldn't.
use Signal for like, you know,
And it
hey,
shouldn't
let's have
disappear.
a meeting, let's do this.
No. That none of that can disappear.
But it's also corporate. Like it's a
Signal, they should be used for encryption, but all of that needs to be left for the public to have after the fact. The problem with Signal is that they're disappearing public records. They shouldn't be doing that.
exactly. That's a national
Previous
security
administrations had done it as well, and
Yeah.
no one should be doing it.
Exactly.
Use of Signal is fine so long as they don't delete the messages.
I agree with you. I believe
Right.
in holding on to records, and
So-
that is a violation of the national.
Why can't I find the same color as last time?
National Records Act.
We'll jump to the next story here. Otherwise, we're talking in circles. So let's just go to the post-millennial. Andrew Cuomo has been criminally referred to the DOJ over COVID nursing home disaster. Now, while the story does sound fun, it actually is just James Comer saying that Cuomo made false statements to Congress, and he's referring him to Pam Bondi. The rumor is, I believe it was Steve Bannon who said, we should expect to see some arrests by summer, but I won't hold my breath. So seeing this story does make me feel, I would say, the dried, withered husk of hope that's just disheveled and lying within my core, maybe pulsed once as soon as this story popped up. But again, does anybody really think they're going to indict Cuomo?
No, because he's gonna be mayor. Exactly.
I was going to say I'm truly conflicted because if they did indict Cuomo, the runner-up in the New York City Democratic mayoral primary is this socialist named Zorhan Mamdani, this AOC wannabe. So that would be a huge disaster. It's crazy how I'm actually rooting for Cuomo in the New York City
genocidal maniac.
Why would you be rooting for Cuomo
Okay.
against the communists in New York?
Because I don't wait. Is that a serious question? Because I don't want the communists to. I'm an anti-communist.
Whoa, buddy, I'm not so sure about that. There, we had that all fight about.
No, he changed his mind, remember?
You changed your mind about Brett.
He said Bezos should be taxed.
Or do you think that Eric Adams should have a shot? 'Cause
I'm gonna try to be
in the
more of
race.
like
No,
a
no,
sport
should be in
role.
prison.
Yeah.
For this.
I hope you have like a
For
lot
killing all
of
those people in
expensive
nursing homes.
It's for sure. Nuremberg
spells.
trials for Cuomo, for sure.
Were the sexual assault allegations kosher and not kosher?
They were
I mean, like, yeah, we're gonna get more spells later on,
Tara,
but
at your time at ABC, I don't
probably
know.
gonna be.
What's-
So I can't find my color that I had my last character as, so I'm like a
What was it?
bluish, a dark bluish with like red, so we don't look the same.
I scroll up in the colors. I mean,
I This is eye color.
Oh, well. Tell me which,
So these red ones look nothing like
for the one you made last time?
yeah. Is there a reason why there are so many with flames in the eye?
I honestly think it's because we're the Dragonborn race.
But isn't it the same in Tieflings?
Yeah. I don't know if it's the same amount, but I think so. Yeah.
Oh, you can make it so your guy doesn't have a tail?
Yeah.
Alright, I'm gonna go get cheesecake. I'll be back. I'm done, by the way.
Okay.
going on with Cuomo? Because I know a lot of the news networks had a really good relationship with him, especially during the pandemic. He was supposed to be like...
I wasn't at ABC during the pandemic. I left. I wasn't into the corporate media.
Oh, never mind.
I went to go do an Epstein podcast, so as much as you think I protect the corporate media, it wasn't my jam.
No, I think just one of them.
Oh, yeah. I respect reporters and journalists. Like, I actually, when I was a child, I really wanted to be a muckraker. I don't know if you know much about them, but they were Nellie Bly, you know, these type of investigative journalists that could get their hands dirty and they could expose the powerful and hold them to account by getting real facts and information. So, to me, accountability journalism is super important, and I side with people when they find information. Of course, it has to be accurate and it has to be correct, but I do believe at the core of journalism, it's to bring information to light that protects people.
I call that activism.
I don't call that activism because I don't...
Which people do you protect?
Because I go after both sides.
No, I didn't say politically. I said which people do you protect?
I don't protect people. In fact,
you just said to protect people.
No, to protect human beings, like in general, like as like from people who have power, from people with power.
And what do people with power do?
They abuse it.
Like
we talk about. I mean, at that time it was the robber barons and the way they were treating people in the meatpacking industries. But now it's people in power. They look at what happened with the Biden administration. Wait, what's that?
Would you say like people like Bezos and Gates?
Yeah, everyone with power needs to be.
No, what I'm saying, are you implying that they are abusing people? Because it's one thing to say you're in a position of authority and you're in a position of power, so you should be scrutinized. But it's another thing to be like, I think you're actually doing.
No, I would never accuse anybody of anything until I had actual information to be able to do that. And
what degree of power do you think warrants this kind of spotlight?
I think that if you are an elected official, for example, I think if you oversee, like perhaps you're a major CEO of a company that sells products to people, and maybe there's some sort of like poison in the product. You know, it's about like, it's really.
So like, what if there's a big corporation that has a customer base?
Yeah, a mass customer base.
Mass deceiving their customer base in some way.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, I think it's about protecting like the masses. I think it's populism driven. It's a populist form of journalism.
Let me ask you, there's like a big company with a million customers.
Yeah.
And they have deceived all of their customers.
Yeah.
If you found there was an employee of that company who knew what was going on and was deceiving these people, that person is to be targeted as well, yes?
The employee would be a part of the story for sure. I think.
What if the employee is the one doing it?
Yeah, that's the story for sure.
They should be exposed.
Of course, if the employee was doing it, and if they were doing it like independently, or were they being told by higher ups to do it? I think in general, like this is just a populist form of journalism. I started my career at the New York Post. Like I've always believed that, like to me the best thing was when we got. I think it says that Post got action, and that meant that whatever we reported resulted in some sort of change. Like
what degree of proof do you need? Like, if there's let's say that this employee then breaks off and starts his own company, and is like, I'm gonna do this thing. What degree of proof?
Abomination. This is your end. Your head throbs and your skin tingles. Fuck, we will address the matter.
What happened?
Can't slow down.
Oh, just catch up. So real quick.
time for mercy.
Nice.
I feel like this stick.
Fucking missed.
You proved surprisingly adequate in battle. Now, to the helm.
Yeah.
Better.
Ship won't be able to take another dragon attack. I need to get out before it's too late.
What kind of gameplay is that when you're moving and like the map part of the map disappears? So you can see your characters out as well.
Mind flayer machinery. Better watch what I touch.
We have no time for stragglers.
I mean, you could just let her die here, but like, fucking dumb.
Warding runes. You feel them drawing energy from the console near to the pod. Are you satisfied? We need to go. Hurry! The console appears dormant. The console hums to life. Nothing in the appearance of the device betrays its purpose. It could suddenly you feel a hideous squirming in your head. The parasite. Then discomfort fades and another sensation washes over you. Connection. Authority. You feel the biomechanical brain of the console process your command. A shiver runs across. Your mind lurches into her thoughts. Her gratitude is
Fair point. Let me come with you. Shadow.
fine.
She's right.
Done.
We are nearing the helm.
Who put you in charge?
Cane Yank.
You know, that's kind of what girls look like when they get a bunch of nose jobs.
Guess so, yeah, man. I wish you could choose to be that race.
This guy?
Yeah, squid.
But I guess then
Yeah, that's true.
Connect the nerves of the transponder. We must escape.
Do it. This thing's falling fast. Got to right it.
Proof of intense like mens rea would you need to actually publish something that damages your business?
Here's where this is what I look at. I think, does this story matter? Does it like have impact on human beings' lives? I think about the sources. I consider my sources, and also I have a reputation. Like, I've been doing this for 15 years, and I want to make sure that people, when they read my stuff, they're like, oh yeah, that shit's legit. In the same way that when I saw that New York Times article, I saw the bylines and I was like, oh, I've worked with those people before. They're legit, and others aren't. You know what I mean?
So let me ask you, of this company where the guy comes out and he's doing this, what do you think they should do? Like, let's say a news story breaks and says this person, they left this big corporation, they're still doing this evil thing. When that story breaks, what should the individual who is accused of evil do?
Well, they should defend themselves if they think that they are defensible, or they should admit guilt if they did something wrong.
Well, who's going to think they're guilty? I mean, everyone thinks they're doing something justifiable.
I don't know. Some people have to admit guilt. I mean,
You have control over Lazel.
They don't admit guilt, or they just say no comment, or they hide. It's not
what
like
if they
sometimes you have something on tape and it's almost undeniable. I mean,
What if they?
AI times it's
What
hard.
if they weren't intentionally deceiving the customers, but they were just wrong the whole time? And
It's something that it'd be a nuance in the story.
should they shut their company down and say, "Wow, I can't believe I did this"?
I think that it depends on the story. Like, I think it really
don't
depends
waste it on him.
I think there are shades of gray in everything in life. Like, I know it's easy. You want to live in this world where there's an answer for everything, but there isn't an answer for everything. Sometimes you have to make calls. You have to make decisions based on what the evidence shows you.
What if the reporting destroys this person's life? They lose their job, they get canceled, all that stuff, and they never intentionally did something wrong. They just didn't realize what they were doing was wrong.
True.
I mean,
Still-
how much power does this person have that they don't know what they're doing is wrong? And it's like, again, it's got to be.
A million customers, they think that they're doing something good, but the product is actually bad, and the people are being lied to.
Well, they have to take accountability for what happened. So whether it's an apology and they say, I'm so sorry that this happened, I didn't know that the chicken I was selling you had whatever chlorine. I know they use chlorine in chicken actually now, but whatever you want to use, some sort of product.
Should they shut down?
If it depends on the situation. If it wasn't like, it depends. I don't know.
I guess what I'm saying is, like,
they may not even have to shut down. They could try to keep going, and they just might lose customers.
My argument is, if a story breaks accusing this person of wrongdoing, no one's going to accept that.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So it's like, what is actually accomplished?
What do you mean? It's exposing something that's.
My path be true.
It's kind of like
Let's get this over with.
Forward, Istik, before more dragons come.
The helm's alien transponder. You've made.
Are you there yet? So that means like 2 hours, probably double that. It seems like 10% every 50. It's about an hour.
As you wake, the tadpole squirms in your skull. Other than the infection, you're more or less intact. A miracle, given everything you've been through, but it'll all be for nothing if you don't find help soon. The tadpole is a death sentence, and the clock is ticking. You need a cure.
Mind my step.
Yo, dog, did you hear that apparently in the new Andor episode, which is a Star Wars show, apparently there's a rape scene?
Oh yeah? Who's doing the rape?
I don't know. I didn't look into it too much.
Damn, dude. Now I want to watch the show.
Well, it's funny because we've talked about that. How they're gonna
Something the
how
matter?
they should add something like that.
Yeah, dude. They're fucking listening in on our conversations.
Yeah, it's funny.
Seems simple enough. More of those wretched things.
You ready to fight?
That's happening in the world. Like, we can't live in a place where information is like, you need information to make decisions. We need truth. We need, that's power.
I just use.
So let me ask you.
Truth is how we protect ourselves.
If you got
You
I
have
don't wanna
magic
live
missiles,
in La
right?
La Land.
if you got a leaked
Vicious
message
filth.
Yeah.
from this company and like
Just use it on
people
the one
work
to the
with this
right.
person, and it releasing it would destroy their business. It didn't necessarily show that they were evil, but that what they were doing was probably hurting people. You would release it for sure.
If I had the sourcing, if I had done the reporting, if I had gotten down to the story and had as complete a story as possible, including the fact that this person is aware of what they're doing, which I would include in the story, allowing the readers to decide, you know, I would, if I thought it was harming the public, I would release it, yeah, I would, because I think it's important for people to know, and I do think that, like, we don't live in this world that we live in right now if it wasn't for those people who have risked, you know, they've risked their own lives to try to report.
I hope and I pray that that journalist exists and they get you.
Why? For what?
Well, you worked for the big corporation that was lying to the American people. You started your own company. You still lie to the American people.
How do I lie to the American people?
Your defense of the corporate news industry.
I'm not
their
defending the
position.
corporate industry.
But I'm just making a point.
I'm
that
not,
you
but
view
I haven't
yourself
done anything.
as largely righteous.
I'm not righteous. I'm doing this. I have a goal.
think
but why,
you
what's
are
wrong with
going after-
having? What's wrong with having a mission and with having a goal in life?
What dog?
What's wrong with wanting to do the right thing?
Who said that? The point is you think you are morally justified in going after these people, and I'm not saying you aren't.
But
that
going
means
after who?
people that you'd view as having power.
power is like.
You have power. You have lots of power. You have substantially more power than 99% of the people in this country.
And you know what? If I do something wrong and someone finds out about it and they have correct reporting, fine, I will.
What if you report on a manufacturing business because some guy at the top took a kickback of 10 grand and it results in the company going out of business and 100 employees lose their job, and now a middle class working guy in the middle of the country says, I'm homeless and destitute because of you.
I mean, these are complex questions, but
Indeed it is, which is my point, is when you say that your intention is to
Are you just saying that we shouldn't just not cover powerful people? We should just let everybody run amok?
Certainly not. With, I believe the appropriate title is DAP, Deputy Assistant to the President.
Far,
I could be
I like this game way more than I thought I would. I thought I was going to win.
It's a fun game.
I need a quick word. Open up.
Have you watched any of the original games? Like if it's any similar?
No.
Let's have a look.
Very good. It's good. It's another game. What was it? Oh, there he is.
Hurry! I've got one of those brain things cornered. There.
Just a dumb bore. You're relieved. Until you see the flat.
You can try. But first you'll tell me what you know. I saw you on the ship.
Your mind twists. You're looking out of unfamiliar eyes, prowling dark, busy streets.
The worm. And to think, I was ready to decorate the ground with your innards. Apologies. My name's Astarion. I was in Baldur's Gate when those beasts A pleasure. So, do you know anything? Turn us into... Of course it'll you know, and all...
Right. Yo, level up Astarion for me. He's I gave him good control. Oh, do what you want. I mean, level up what you think is useful for him. I'd say he's more of like a distance stealth type dude. Yeah. Be kind of honest, I don't really know how to like properly level him up.
Let's go. All right.
There. A mind flayer.
Save your thoughts for later.
There. A mind flayer. And it's hurt.
Where's my guy? Oh my god, my guy can't move.
Let's get going. Death is too good for it.
But
At the ready.
Of course I get the gay guy to get the hot chick.
dude. Oh, Astarion's based. Oh wait. Go grab. Yo, go over there by the port. Grab the wizard dude. Okay. Grab the wizard dude. Yeah. Go to the portal and kick the gay vampire out. He's really good. I'm just gonna go and get Lae'zel
as if malfunctioning.
with
It looks slightly dangerous.
Shadowheart. The who? The Hand?
Yeah, the guy in the portal died.
How'd he die?
I didn't roll.
Really? So he just died in the portal? Holy fuck. That's never happened to me before. Oh, well, I was gonna say, like, do you want me to do it, but then I think you're already committed to it. Okay, so you're good, right?
That's it! Go on! Keep pulling! Oh. Hello. I'm Gale of Waterdeep. Apologies. I'm usually better at this. A bit shocked, but
Did you
friend,
kick the story in?
it's a relief and a
Are you still in
pleasure to
dialogue,
make
right?
your acquaintance. Say, but I
Okay,
know
no,
you,
no worries.
don't I? In a manner of speaking. You were on the North Lloyd as well. And I can only assume you too were on the receiving end of a rather unwelcome insertion in the ocular region. The insertee we speak of, it's a process no... You don't happen to be a cleric by any chance, do you? A doctor? Surgeon? Uncannily adroit with a knitting needle?
Okay. I got Lae'zel, I sent you back
And
to
it looks
camp.
like we're both starved for answers.
I guess
We're
I'll
most
just come
certainly
back to
going to
you.
need a healer, and soon too. How about we lend each other a helping hand once more? Oh, I see you're traveling with plenty of company
Just kick
already.
Astarion out.
Perhaps I
Tell
can
him to
join
go
you
back to
later
camp
instead.
or whatever.
Well, I can say take a Astarion's place.
Yeah, that's basically the
I
same
would
thing.
object, but sitting by the fire while you do all the hard work sounds marvelous, actually.
A decision most excellently made. Shall we?
Okay, so he's under your control. He's basically like, so he's pretty good. We'll level him up. And then let's head over to the fucking Tiefling settlement and just do that shit real quick. Yeah, again, the sorcerer, so, you know, however you want to level him up. Going to I gave you some health potions. Okay, let's go.
Right away.
No one back home will ever believe this. Time to press ahead.
So does my guy run faster if I'm behind? And it slows down? When I'm near him?
I don't think so.
How'd I catch up? Did you stop?
Oh, I think I went the wrong way first, and then I had to turn around.
Open the bloody gate! Nobody gets in! As well as Secretary of Transportation Sean Duffy, really rolling out those interviews. There's a story to how we film it. The computers are not simple like we do, where we have this like straight. We record it live and show. They had to send us a link, so now we have the files. We're gonna start putting them up tomorrow. But I was asked at the last minute if I would like to take the new media seat, to which I said yes. And my question is not a softball. Just because, let me explain this problem, okay? To all the people right now, I'm trending, they're all talking about it. Some are happy, some are mad. The corporate press lies, okay? I just showed you this man admitted to being from El Salvador. This is not in question. He admitted to being removable. He admitted to entering unlawfully. He did get a withholding of deportation. It's not being disputed. Why is the media using the phrase Maryland man to refer to a guy from El Salvador who is only here illegally? They are doing it because they are factual but not truthful. It is a fact the man, for now, is illegally residing in Maryland. But that does not make him a Maryland dad. It makes him an illegal immigrant arrested in Maryland. And if that's the narrative they went with, an illegal immigrant arrested in Maryland, Abrego Garcia, I wouldn't be having this conversation with all of you right now. The point that I was bringing up to the press secretary was that the media in this room is largely composed of an uncurious group of people who do not investigate, and they use each other as sources and say the same narrative.
You can move forward a
Not
bit.
a single one of them is concerned about the fact that they didn't
Don't use it like all your
documents
movement.
and that they're falsely
Probably get a
representing
bit
that this
closer
man is,
and
quote,
hit him with it.
from Maryland. And it is so egregious, in fact, that Hassan Piker, one of the biggest streamers on the left, did not know. I'm not kidding. I'll play the video for you. He was absolutely unaware that Abrego Garcia was an illegal immigrant from El Salvador. And if you wonder why liberals are shocked by this story, this is why. People like Hassan Piker don't read the news. He gets talking points from the corporate press who keep saying a Maryland man, Maryland man. Hassan then genuinely believes this guy is just some American guy born and bred in Maryland who was deported. Now, if I thought this guy was born and bred in America and deported to Sicat in El Salvador, I'd be calling for his release too. But see, we here at Timcast actually do research. And so my question was, these news outlets are ragging on us, and we are but one seat in this room. When they said, Tim, would you like to take a new media seat? I said, sure. I'd spoken with Elad. Elad said, I really think you should ask about these Chinese nationals that Riley Moore wants to remove from this country, strip their student visas. Rep. Riley Moore's introduced this bill. And I said, that's actually a really good question. However, I have another question. They've created this new media space. We're just companies. That's it. Okay? The Daily Wire is a company. A Breitbart is a company. War Room is a company. We have large viewerships. We reach a lot of people. We have questions we want to ask. Now, what offends me is that these journalists in the room, they march in lockstep on lies. I could go through a big list for all of you, but I named only 3 for time. The Very Fine People hoax, the Covington smear, and the Maryland Man hoax. But how about the Lab Bleak hoax? How about the drinking bleach hoax? How many times are they going to all in unison lie about what's going on? So, my frustration is when they bring in but one chair for someone like me to sit in. The New York Times, Politico, numerous journalists from various outlets all begin disparaging us. As if what really matters to those people is that their sick club of lying sycophants pretend like they're speaking truth to power. In which case, when I say these...
This guy, the first time, I wasn't too
Oh yeah, he's up on the what's thing. Yeah, go, you're doing the exploding corpse thing, right?
Another step forward.
There's one by the big group over there. I don't know if I mark that.
Should is it gonna do a damage to our guys?
Yeah, I think it will. That's the only thing, though. It's fine.
If I kill it.
Just fucking hit the other guy, I guess. But if you don't have enough movement, then you probably moved.
So I don't even know.
Probably.
So I can't.
Because you moved pretty far, right? So you are up your movement.
How do I know how much? Like, how do you know how much movement you need to use an ability?
I don't know. I think you only hurt our teammates there.
I swear I didn't choose that ability.
It's whatever. Okay.
So when it's a level that spell slot at right, there's the triangle with the exclamation mark in it. I wish I could hover over that and see what the fuck it's saying. I don't know why. So if this ability says it releases a wave of thunderous force that pushes away all creatures and objects, would you assume it doesn't do damage?
If you're near a cliffside, it can push them off and instantly kill them. But I think it also does a bit of damage as well.
Swift as my feet can carry me.
That was the last of them. Where is that bastard? Damn vermin. There are children here!
We was running for our lives.
You led them straight to us, and you let them take the druid too?
Tell that to the dead at the gate.
Shut it, Horns! I'd be lying dead next to the goblins if you'd stalled any longer.
Enough! Squabbling is pointless. The goblins have found us.
Goblins could be on their way.
I should speak up.
We'll have to wait. I can't talk right now.
Time to pack. We need to leave.
Wait, does your game stop a bit when you
Yeah.
it saves? Okay.
Yeah, it's normal. Can recruit Will and then get on with it.
Go on. Give me a...
Well,
The man smiled.
hell's great fun. But we haven't sprouted any tentacles.
Advocatus Diaboli, a devil's advocate, a champion in the blood war between diabolical forces and demons.
Her name is Car. I track. She's out there now. Pray. I'd love to join, but I don't think there's enough space for me to. A splendid plan.
We don't even know these people.
That doesn't matter.
Of course it does. You would choose strangers over us.
That's not what I said.
Zaru.
Can we stop shouting? Again.
The whitings get swing left. We can run for it.
And again. Swing and swing. Put it down.
Your mind wanders.
Shoot before you lose your nerve, Tiefling. If you ever had it to begin with. Here it comes!
Please leave us be.
That goblin won't be the last.
It was wrong. Please.
Let's hit the road, Memnon.
How long do you think we've got before the gob? We should be getting drunk at least. No fun waiting for death sober.
Fuck. Fuck this guy.
We should be getting drunk at.
What can't we talk to him?
Where are my boots?
I miss my forge.
Fucking kill this kid.
He stares right past you, as if you're invisible. Or boring.
Please, let us through.
Let my daughter. She's a thief, hellspawn. Come, Magrin. Give him a chance. You, get back. No, and you'll find.
A moment.
What? You.
Yo, try to talk to Zoru.
Try greasing palms. These things over.
He was that tiefling up there that I was trying to talk to. I think he's marked off on the map. Okay, I'm just gonna go talk to this bitch down here. But you know what, mate? Did you just try to talk to him? Tell me if you can actually talk to him.
Before the goblins come.
If not, I know why. Okay, yeah. Fucking Lae'zel has to be here to talk to him. So we'll do that later then. I'm down talking to that bitch lady down in the grove or whatever. Keep going down. I'm past that that stone wall.
understand you.
Ab spiritu umok akuleo.
Something good here, I hope.
Maybe go after the stone door.
Yeah, it's the stone door. I just killed that fucking kid.
Go on. Say it. You think I'm a monster? Monsters both? No matter. I took back the idol of Sylvanus, and the rite is resumed. We will seal the grove, free from harm. Free. Ah, yes. You like to met. You will offer your services to the Tieflings' lead. They're to be gone before final prayer. If they are not, you will do more. This tale ends.
I suppose... don't be surprised if I'm reluctant to face any more. You will?
There's no story. None that you're entitled to hear, anyway. Just forget you ever saw it.
Tempers are rising. It's clear not...
Mercy on us, Sylvanus. Mercy. Mercy. Preventable. The sickening result of sickening. We let this happen. Master Halsin. More will die if the rite is finished. Would you? I would give anything to see Halsin rid. Sylvanus' blessing. Halsin, you won't mistake the first.
Okay. I think we're done here. Let's just go tell the parents the kid is dead.
Yes, I'm quite aware.
Unless you have news of Arabella, I don't want to hear it. Wait, what?
What are you saying? Loss? What are you on about? Please. Is Arabella all right?
Fucking dumbass, she's dead.
Kill this. Let's kill. Can you kill this fucking guy?
No. Look.
Bitch. Watch over your kids better, you fucking idiots. Alright, let's go. Alright, so...
Lives are at stake, and the cowards are...
What you talking to me about, man? Alright, so... Yeah, that bitch is crazy, so we gotta go find the original druid of this place. His name is Halsin. I know where he is.
Which one's crazy?
That bitch that was behind that stone door wall. It was like the crazy white bitch. Yeah, so we gotta go find the original druid of this place, who happens to be a man. What the fuck to do? Yeah, shit goes to shit when a woman comes in charge. Game is based. Okay. Quite a ways away.
Come on, Ricker.
Where the fuck did you go? Did you go up the ladder?
This happened last time.
Yeah.
Yeah, I did.
Yeah. That would be good.
Oh, we can kill an owl bear. Let's convince these two fucking morons over here. Kill it for us. I think they're over here.
Something's wrong.
Yeah, no, but we'll use them to help kill the owlbear, and then we'll.
You can't die. Please.
The mark glows, but you
Hopefully
feel
I can,
nothing in response. Your illithid
oh,
power
fuck.
is beyond reach until
An oil bear. Please, do you have any?
Shut up, Andric.
the injured
I
man
don't think I'll
locks
be able
eyes
to.
with you. A
Fuck.
familiar squirming churns in your head. Your minds intertwine.
Protect.
You're... Do you have orders for us? We were reporting to Edwin.
What?
It killed one of us. It killed Edwin. It's an enemy of the...
Okay, yeah, good. I could.
Invoke of the absolute.
Strange most corpses feel like toys before you. Why let its host's memories go to waste? The tadpole has absorbed it all. Its experience could nourish you, strengthen you.
He saw it break his neck. I gotta get that fucking worm.
So when you get
Alright.
the worm out of someone right now, at least you have to kill them?
That guy I did. I don't know about everybody else.
Well, I assume if
Fuck. No worries. Guess so. Alright. Now don't go in. I gotta fucking convince these people.
What do we do? This is it.
They went inside, alright. Let's go inside. I'll just go up and it'd be prompt to say use, I guess. Go end up inside. There you go.
That stench. Dead owlbear prey, no doubt.
Alright. We should fucking be able to do this easily now.
It's just a head. The mark glows, but you feel nothing in response. Your illithid power is beyond reach until you rest.
Hopefully I can get this. Fuck. Yeah, I got it.
You're right. We can handle this.
Alright, let's go fight the fucking bullshit. God. Yeah. They already fucking dead.
I don't fancy their chances.
There should be a baby somewhere. Back up a bit. If this thing jumps at us, he's gonna like knock us all over, I think. He halted it. There's the baby.
Still on my feet.
Yeah. Alright, I think this thing's gonna jump on us now. Hey, sweet.
Can't even catch my breath.
In 10 days.
Oh, we're dead. Okay, never mind. Oh no, we're good.
Cub looks from you to his dead mother. A single strike will end his suffering.
For the best. The cub would have died anyway.
What did you choose?
Nature might have provided.
I killed it.
Too late now.
Yeah, I killed it, and then it just died. Alright, now we can just kill this dumb bitch. Fucking whore.
We lost Andric, sir. He's
Yeah.
with Edwin now, right? He's with the Absolute.
She fucking dies.
I suppose. What would you have of me now, sir? Yes.
You will die.
Oh no, I guess she did. Oh wow, she fucking ran away so quick, dude. Whatever. Fucking brother's dead, I guess. There is something else in here. It's like a chest. I don't know if I can open it though.
Bet that will fit in my pack.
That egg.
An owlbear egg. These are supposed to be worth a fortune.
A fortune.
Already hatched.
Here it
No point
is.
in taking these.
The Seluna statue. It is thinking. There's magic at play here.
This thing
Spell
will
That revived me.
use contents easily.
Damn, you got baited.
Yeah, I got baited. You don't even have to use a spell. Just come, come to my body and help.
Oh, so that thing is. Oh, you're in.
Don't try to open it. It'll. Could always come back to this. What did you?
Huh?
What spells does Gale have?
We're a long way from Waterdeep.
Witch Bolt. Thunder Wave. Firebolt. Arcane Recovery. Sleep. You want me to tell you what they do, or just the name?
You could just tell me the name.
Right,
Good enough.
Sleep, Grease, Mage Hand, and Ray of Frost. And then I guess the melee one, like the basic one, is Main Hand, and then Topple.
Okay,
Looking ahead.
Next time, if he has a level up, if you can, it might be too late for it, but
Swift as my feet can carry
there
me.
might be a spell that he can get where he can unlock basically anything. That's very useful. So keep an eye out for that. Might have to be a specific subclass though, but I can't remember what it is.
Better not be
Or whatever.
cursed.
Okay. Fun. Yeah. Take your time. Oh sweet, I just leveled up.
Large, massive multimedia corporations are lying to the American people. It's a
EXP progression
I want to say it does, but I don't know.
softball, which implies I'm supposed to be grilling Carolyn Levitt for some reason. No, I'm seeking a comment from the press secretary on the fact that they have allowed all of this media in the room who just lie all day, every day, and there's one chair in this room for new media who's doing something different, which is why I ended by asking if there was a plan or effort to expand access. Now, she didn't answer it. I don't fault her for that. She did give her answer saying the media is pushing this Maryland man hoax. That was the gist of that story, and of course now the media and the press are losing their mind, and that's me speaking about it. I don't know if you guys, I guess, because, you know, I've essentially put myself in the news, have questions about what happened, or what do you think, or, you know.
I have one big question.
Yeah.
And it's the top of my mind is, after you said that, after the press conference was over, did you have any reporters come up to you and say, you're right, but I got a job to do, or were they giving you side eyes and nasty looks?
So I'm sitting down and there I can't really see much of the room. They brought me in through the same. It's crazy. The doors are these big, thick, like steel, and they slide open. And I came through the same door as the press secretary, as Carolyn Levitt. So when I walked in, the room was full. I sat in a chair, and when I walked out to the same room. So obviously, their view is going to be, the wife invites me in. I come in with them. I ask them this question that makes the press look bad, and then we all walk out. No one told me what to say.
All right.
They didn't.
There
There
you
was zero
go.
direction. And I actually warned them I was seeking to disparage the press because I'm offended by their lies. And they just chuckled and said, hey, look, just ask whatever you want, I suppose. And I actually said, I'm considering asking just a very straightforward question, opening this professionally, with this bill that Rep. Riley Moore has to strip the visas from Chinese nationals. And they were like,
kill this guy.
The dog lowers his hackles. His head tilted and convinced that you're harmless, he turns his attention back to the corpse. The dog whimpers nervously, as if to urge you on. The dog looks at his owner with sad eyes. He does not move. The dog sniffs your hand, his tail swung low in understanding. He knows how to find you.
Alright, we got a dog now. Alright.
Is there a map that I can just pop up?
Oh, for me, it's the touchpad.
We're not gonna tell you what to do. Just whatever matters. And so I figured Ilad's got this. He's got the straightforward, serious questions. I actually wanted to say a lot more, but I figured I'd stick to decorum. Because what I was gonna say is, to all the people in the room, I will never sit in this chair again if they just open up the seats in this room to other media companies that are at least trying to find the truth.
Goblins ahead.
All of these journalists here, all their outlets report the exact same things. Now, they have brought in, I think, around 20% have been from new media outlets, but they're all standing up. Why is Mary Margaret from the Daily Wire standing off to the side when they're arguably getting more viewership on these issues than many of the people sitting in those chairs?
I keep thinking about the Michael Malice quote. If you, no matter how much you hate the corporate media, you don't hate them enough.
He's got so many good ones.
There's so many.
Because there's also factual but not truthful.
Welcome to Bogrot.
Hopefully I can like intimidate them so they don't like, fuck with us.
But you feel nothing in response.
Yeah.
Your illithid power is beyond reach.
No, there's like a lot of them in there though. Fuck. Fuck. Alright, roll again. Alright, sweet.
Temper on you, eh? Fine, keep your goods. Our crowd own this town. We can take you any time we want.
What, is he talking shit?
Yeah, just leave them now. They won't fuck with us now.
Then keep looking.
We would have had to fight like all of these fuckers, man. It was so annoying to do it. Do whatever you can. If it's red, like if it says red, probably don't. Because if you try to steal it, they're probably gonna try to fucking kill us. Let me save here. Over right here. Alright, let's go. Yo, dude, what would you do if you had to go up against these guys on football team?
I haven't seen that game in years.
Let's say you were in football still and you had to go up against these guys.
All those guys? Holy shit, dude. But usually guys that are too big, they're usually slow. Obviously you're not gonna fight them, right?
Oh. I mean, they fucking destroy us. Yeah, go level up. I'll handle. Oh shit.
Right. And that's exactly what they do. And that's what they're doing now. Yeah, so it was pretty wild. The corridors you go through and the security you go through is obviously insane. The rooms are very small, and I gotta tell you, it's my first time actually having open access in the White House, and it's a weird place. There's a bowling alley.
Oh,
Truman Bowling Alley.
I played there.
Have you really?
Yeah, I actually broke it.
So
how'd you break it? There was a group of us, like 6 of us, and we threw a couple sets or frames.
So if it's a level 2 spell slot, is that the one that I won't be able to use as much?
Yeah. But it's obviously it's more powerful though.
So it's like an ultimate kind of thing?
Oh yeah, it's just like what is it, like a more potent spell. Holy fuck. Oh my god. Fuck. What the fuck is that, man? God damn it. I fucked up. I could have gotten them to, like there was a dialogue choice that I could have gotten by like intimidated or persuaded them, or we could call upon them during battle. They can help us fight, but yeah, I fucked that up. I don't have enough. Never forget it. Level up, Gale.
And then something happened and they had to shut it down.
So tell me what it's like when you're, because this is what I was experiencing, but I'd rather have you say it. What is it like walking to that bowling alley?
Well, it's underneath the old executive office building right next door. The White House is not just the building, the White House. It's the 8 acres that includes the old executive office building and then the South Lawn and everything. And so to get there, you go down into the basement, and it's underneath the old executive office building.
Describe the basement.
I can't even remember. It just felt like a cave. Like
Yeah.
if you go into the tunnels underneath the Capitol office buildings, it's the same sort of thing. It's where you want to go when a nuclear strike happens or something.
I'm 5'10".
Hope you got a stomach for heights. What's it bloody look like? Weird teeth. 'Cause it makes me laugh.
Yeah, them having those teeth is so fitting. Holy shit. With that accent.
You want this little cave lurking what's it? Not a...
The mark glows, but you feel nothing in response. Your illithid power is beyond reach until you rest.
On, there we go.
The goblin's nostrils flare, as if trying to
No.
judge you through smell alone.
We're leaving. What about the gnome? Ain't we supposed to bring him to... I said we're leaving! There's plenty of sport and rich pickings out there for us. Right then. Fresh meats. Scared meats. Yeah.
Seems like a good moment to
Fuck, do I stop it?
Come on, untie me. Cut me loose!
Yo, dog, it's a nig.
There's pustulant thugs. Well, get on with it.
Wait, say that again,
Whatever
dude.
you are.
He looks like he's Jewish.
My own fault, really. Take my pack, if you can find it. Ignorance is a... I'm in search of a friend.
Went into the hatch. I'll come up. Yeah, don't worry, I'm up.
What's hiding here?
Right, dog? Follow me.
I would just like to send a fucking battalion to just wipe this place out.
As you approach,
I do. You ready for this shit, dog?
quick bangs rattle the door. Then a low moan. Someone or
What's going on in there, dog?
is having a bit of fun.
It's not.
Leave it. Whoever's inside doesn't want an audience, and I don't want to fight.
What should I do, dog?
I see he's already hitting, so he's had his fun.
So what? Give me a suggestion.
Oh yeah, definitely.
What the hell are you doing? Ruined. Smash! Oh, smash you!
What? Get me out of here, dude.
Don't disturb a half ogre in the making.
Holy shit, dude.
Onward.
Yeah, fucking beat the shit out of the troll. Don't worry about the other dude. He's frozen.
Where do I go from here?
Getting the fuck out of there.
Oh, well, she's basically half At first I was like, dude, this guy's fucking a dude. It's a chick. That's...
Oh god. Oh.
On my way.
Oh shit. Okay, hold him. Okay, I'm gonna heal you. I'm getting the... Fuck, that didn't do anything. Fuck, no.
Never a dull moment.
Get as far away as you can. Yeah. Oh shit, she's after you, bro. Oh. Shouldn't have fucking... Okay, that really fucked her up.
What is like...
I think that's just like related to the dice. Say. Okay, I gotta get rid of this big bitch. Kill this bitch.
Don't get too
Help
close.
you up.
Come on, can't stay idle. One day I'll catch a break.
So I can't use anything.
Yeah, you just got revived. Pretty low. Usually can't use anything.
Did you have to use anything to revive me, or since I was close?
I can't attack or anything.
No,
I used my
Your revivify?
No, like I just I helped you up. I didn't use any revivify or anything.
Using health potions? And you can just revive me like that?
I think if you die again, you're dead. Then I have to use revivify. Yeah, I think if you die 3 times or get down 3 times, the 3rd time you're dead.
Still breathing, despite everything.
I'm sure you're perfectly delightful. I can't talk right now.
Best be on my way.
Well. Yeah. Rest up. Yeah. Got to rest up.
I'm so glad I found... Wait!
This.
I'm Althera, a bard from the... Wait! I want to join you. To fight by your side, but I can fight. Please. Oh, please. All right, I'm going. God, you really are a bastard, you know that?
Fuck out of here. Oh, I killed her anyway. Well. So I guess she dies no matter what. Huh?
You can't stand up either.
What do you mean stand up? I'm in the cutscene. Okay, I switched it off. Do you see me now?
May only have a few moments before the others awaken.
Apparently the ER doctor gave my sister the wrong meds on Sunday.
Wow, dude.
Not surprised.
The wrong meds.
Dude, I keep seeing hot chicks at the gym that remind me of Patricia. I saw another one today, I was like, holy fuck.
You spot a name on the dog's collar. Scratch.
Right, leave the count.
If you're 5'11", you're not going to enjoy it.
Yeah.
There's pipes that are at my head. The ground is like a floating grate. And it was like this way to the vending machines. And I felt like I was not supposed to be down there. Because it's a weird industrial factory looking tunnel. And then there's this like step and this door that looks like a closet. And it says, there's a little gold placard bowling alley. And I was like, what the? It was locked. I couldn't get in.
I was going to say it was powered by Volt Tech.
Yeah, right. Yeah, so I didn't have any... The funny thing is, the only press that come up to me were actually fans. I mean, there's a decent amount of people that are in there that are right-leaning or equally as concerned with the lies the media keeps pushing on these narratives. And I got up and walked right out. I didn't know what I was supposed to do.
Hold on.
So they were like, have a seat here. And then I'm like, when they were leaving and they opened the side door again, I'm like, I guess I just go back the way I came.
Talk to Gail.
Walk out with them and everything, but it was cool.
I mean, they'll let you know really quickly if you go the
Spare
wrong
me
way.
a moment, if you please. I've something important to discuss with you. We've been traveling together for a while now, and it's just about time that I shared something with you. It's a rather personal matter that I'd have preferred to keep quiet, but needs must when the devil drives. I have no choice but to speak. You see, I have this condition. Very different from the parasite we share, but just as deadly. The specifics are rather personal, but suffice it to say that it is a malady I've learned to live with, though not without some effort. What it comes down to is this. Every so often, I need to get my hands on a powerful magical item and absorb the weave inside. I can say no more on the matter. Not now, anyway. Just trust me when I say it's all of vital importance. It's been days since I last consumed an artifact, since before we were abducted. It is time, and by that I mean it's imperative that I find and consume strands of weave at the earliest possible juncture.
You mind if I actually, like, choose at least one or two of these? Or you want me to go fast?
No, choose whatever you want.
We've already done the finding. In fact, you have one in your possession. You know for yourself how hard won such an item was, and it will be no easier when even more are required to assuage my hunger. There'll be danger involved, or great cost. Valid question. If not out of the simple goodness of your heart, then perhaps your own self-interest might be sufficient motivation. Having a wizard like me around is quite the boon when facing the perils that stalk these lands. It'd be far harder for me to assist you if I could barely stand upright. Please, trust me. Your help could be the difference between life and death.
Is there any chance that he says fuck off if I choose wisdom?
Don't know. I don't think he'll leave or anything.
Should I do it or should I just do the first one?
Do what you want, dude. Nice.
I'm afraid that's not going to work on me. Look, I appreciate your curiosity, but don't pursue this path. Let's agree on actions first and explanations later. Yes? As luck would have it, you're already primed to give me exactly what I need. I will consume the magic inside. What was a powerful artifact will be rendered no more than a trinket. But it will save my life, even if only temporarily.
Oh, nice.
Perhaps I'm not conveying the urgency of the situation. It's incredibly, world-shatteringly important you give me a suitable artifact. Please.
Well, it's nice that it gives me 5 extra when I don't do it.
Of course. I would hate for you to think me impatient or ungrateful. I shall persevere for now.
I don't know how long he can go without it, but eventually he will die without it, so. By just like finding
Something
stuff,
tore
yeah.
right through these people. They didn't stand a chance.
The beautiful broken heap smells oddly enticing. You find you can't resist inhaling her offals. You hear what comes next before you see it. The sharp snapping of bones and a yelp of pain as her body starts to twist and undulate. You watch with cold realization. This isn't the end of one life, but the start of another. Her darling pups will not be of her own species. Gnolls bring forth their iniquitous litter from many corpsed wombs, including hyenas. Bones snap as the hyena is hollowed from the inside out, forming a vessel for something new. Her belly splits like a rotten fruit, birthing a frenzy of claws and fangs. The raw hate of life reared from the miracle of death. A tear almost springs to your eye.
Fuck. You see that smile? Yeah, dude, you looked away. Try to kill that hyena that's about to go up the cliff. Again. Like behind the cart, right? Like you see the blood trail going up the hill or whatever. Try to kill that one. Yeah. I'm gonna try to move up a bit. Of course, fucking miss.
That hyena will be back, and it won't be alone.
The hell? You start another voice chat? You start another voice chat?
I wonder if this is worth the cost.
Fucking killed it.
At the ready.
Now, if you can, try to kill the hyenas on the ground, because they're gonna birth new werewolves or gnolls or whatever the fuck they're called. What, the hyenas? No, they're not. Yeah, and don't go up the hill. There's like way more up there.
Hope your soul is in good hands.
Yeah, no, that did some damage. I'm done.
What are we not supposed to attack these guys?
Yeah, no, I'm just done my turn.
Versus fuck, I have nothing to
What now?
Never seen that before.
I'd prefer not to see it again, that's for sure.
Right, don't go up that hill.
Best to move before the blood draws more of them.
We can talk.
Wonder if the gods are watching me. No traps, please.
Better than nothing.
Brief respite.
No.
Whatever
I don't
killed
believe
those
it does,
gnolls
no.
might be nearby. Careful.
Are there any castles in this game?
I wouldn't say castles. Like, there's Baldur's Gate, just like a city. I don't know. I wouldn't say like any castles, like in the typical sense. Alright, we're gonna kill these people, okay? Concentrate on this guy right here beside me. Yeah. Not even gonna fucking listen to what this piece of shit has to say.
Your violence had.
Okay, we're gonna die. Fuck. Oh, good. Fuck. Well. Good. Yo, it's fucking dead, dude.
As long as my ice knife does it, that would should be fine.
Imagine.
Well, I'm actually pretty sure that if I didn't follow them, they would have just closed the door.
That makes sense as well.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, the whole shtick here, not stick, apologies, but IRL's calling it the media and calling it their lies for the last bunch of years. So I'm glad you went on the main stage in the freaking White House in front of all those scumbags, media folks, and called them out in front of their faces.
Yeah, I mean, look, the legacy media has been extremely critical of not just alternative media and podcasters, but of Tim personally.
Yeah.
There's nothing wrong with going into the White House briefing room and rubbing their nose in it. I mean, honestly, what's wrong?
We're fucked.
They have been. They've written hit piece after hit piece after hit piece about Tim personally, Timcast and the
Yeah, I'm dead.
podcasting space and alternative media, they have lost
got hit.
that. And there's nothing wrong with going in there and reminding them, you are not in control of this. This is not your room. This is a room paid for by the American people. And so having access, people like Tim or whether it be the Daily Wire or whoever, having access for them is just as legitimate as ABC or NBC or MSNBC.
It's more legitimate.
Well, I remember
not
this fight.
just
This fight was
legitimate,
pretty
but, like,
difficult.
necessary.
Even in
They again, like
fire.
the Daily Wire is getting substantially more traffic than many of the news outlets that are given seats, and still very much this cabal, the White House, what is it, the press corps, the Correspondents Association or whatever, still has a lot of control in the space. I'll tell you what was really freaky, just as an aside, is I'm planning on asking this question, and I had a variety of ways to frame it.
I mean,
And the moment the briefing starts, Carolyn Levitt says, I'd like to give it a round of applause to this photographer who's been here for 44 years. And the whole room is clapping with smiles on their faces for this journalist. And I was like, oh no. I was like, it's this woman's retirement. She's been here for 44 years. I do respect that because it's the newer class of these woke millennial types that I'm much more provoked by, I would argue. And then I'm like, well, time to rag on the media now after everyone just cheered for this woman. And that actually got me pretty nervous. At first, I was very arrogant. Like, I sat down.
Just joined, huh?
Like, I am going to destroy. And then
Also, when I load a game, what happened on your end when I loaded the checkpoint?
I think it tells me your location.
Okay. Well, you're here now, though, right?
Almost.
Okay, I'll just wait.
What I wouldn't give for some respite.
Alright, give me a minute. I'm gonna go see if I can get a drink.
Yeah, me too. I'm gonna get something to drink. Are you there?
don't think I ever sweat as much at a gym as I did today. Holy
This is important. This is Hassan Piker.
Oh, this guy.
For those that are not familiar, this guy is one of the most prominent leftist streamers, and he was shocked to see me in this chair. But what this clip reveals is that he literally did not know that a
Okay, I have to send this to you.
What?
Brego Garcia,
made you
the
laugh
MS-13
bad.
gang member, illegal immigrant.
Well, just context, dude. It's like it's so because it's so cringe. They'll say, "Oh, she's so strong, she's so good, she's blah blah blah." Bro, he's literally doing it for her. Like, it makes no sense. Like, just admit that she's a high functioning vegetable. That's it. If you fucking
Damn.
but they talk about her like she's a fucking professional athlete or something.
Yeah. You know what they're gonna say to you then? Just an angry white male, cisgendered. Every insult incel.
Correct.
Yeah, dude.
And so basically, it just means you're.
Here goes nothing.
That's Eastford. You're welcome to rest here.
If you want to go poking around in the cellar, be my guest. Plug your nose first, though. Corpse, half rotted to mush. Must have been down there a 10-day or more. It was a toll house. By the time we arrived, it was more like a slaughterhouse. There's more monsters than coin moving down this road.
It's sad but funny.
There's
at
a
the
locked
same
door
time
down the
that
hatch.
dying monkey
Doesn't look
is
like
used
anyone's
as-
managed to
as
get
like a-
in.
as
If
a
there's any
fucking-
gold left, that's where it'll be.
Let's go in the basement.
Where's the guy?
It's this fucking thing. Corpse or whatever.
What's in here?
Not a good time.
Fuck, man. Back up.
The fuck did this guy go, man?
What guy?
This fucking
Gale?
faggot retard.
Gale, damn. The fuck is this guy going? Alright, you know what?
We'll come back and fucking slit their throats.
Yeah, it's just, we can get Karlak right here, but she's gonna want us to kill them, so.
Nice. Did you see that?
What? What happened?
He went on the ladder and then got off and then spawned right back on the ladder.
It's muscle mommy.
One horn This is the devil Will has been tasked to kill.
Oh, yeah, sit on my face.
Me? Never been better. Oh, fuck me. It's you, from the Nautiloid. Please tell me I found you before those so-called Paladins of Tyr did. Now that's a story, and I'll tell it to you, but truth be told, we shouldn't stay here too long. See, these Paladins of...
A great heat roars through you, her heat, fiery as the hells. Then you're lost in visions of demonic armies as you tear through a landscape of fire and blood. The Blood War. You saw it from above as the Nautiloid passed through Avernus. This woman was on the front line.
What was that? Right. Some so-called Paladins of Tyr are in hot pursuit of yours truly. Karlak. From that peek I got into your head, I'm not the only one with problems on top of problems. A mind flayer tadpole, huh? And no joy getting it sorted as of yet, I see. What's your name? Well met, soldier. Now that we're old pals, how would you feel about helping me kill some evil bastards? A little background, if your moral compass needs something to point at. You already know I fought in the Blood War. I was good at killing demons. Really good. So good, Zariel, the archdevil herself, made me her personal attack dog. I played along until I could get the fuck out of there. Took me 10 years to properly escape, but now I'm free. Zariel sent goon after goon to hunt me down. But believe me when I tell you, I'm not going. The latest yappy little dogs she sicked on me are nearby. A group of dopes posing as Paladins of Tyr. Want to help me take them down?
Oh, fuck.
Don't worry. I'll lead the charge. I could use your help. There's a lot of them, and only one of me. After that, we can team up. Take Faerun by the short hairs. Sound good?
I like her. She looks like she could throw me over her shoulder and carry me to safety. Should the need arise.
Damn.
She wants to get close.
I feel like we're gonna get our asses kicked again, though.
Dirty work's the only kind I like. Gets even messier the more bodies you throw at it. Think of the potential. Fuck yes. They cornered me outside the toll house just up the hill. Doubt they've gone far after the scorching I gave them. You know I'm up for it, but your party's a little full.
Just say I'll be back.
I'll catch up with you when it's time to camp for now. But don't get to any of the fun stuff without me. Got it?
Alright, yeah. We don't have to fucking fight them right now, then. As long as she's recruited, I don't give a fuck. Right now we gotta go find Halson. Way over here. Fuck. Alright, hold on. I wonder if you're gonna travel with me. Okay, no, it looks like you didn't. Alright, so open up your map. And do you have it open? Okay, good. Perfect. This way. This is gonna be a fucking bitch and a half. Like I don't know any other way. This is just gonna be hell. Hopefully I can intimidate them. Not a problem.
Goblins ahead.
Look it, Claw. Unless you got another reason to be here. Feck sight.
A strange symbol glows, marked on their flesh, and something within you stirs in response.
Down, Claw! Bad girl! She's a little overexcited. Been a busy day. Lads are celebrating.
Oh.
Couldn't guard his nose from his fingers. Ain't fair! Now quit moaning. Ain't moaning if it's true.
Gonna be a lot of enemies, but damn dude, she's having an orgasm.
Hear my voice. Obey my command. The voice is irresistible. You recognize the overwhelming authority that you've used on others, only infinitely stronger, and turned against you. Your vision clouds, leaving you in a dark, featureless shadowscape. Nothingness in every direction. Then there are three figures before you. An armored male elf, exuding power and command. A handsome younger man with a quick, easy smile. And a pale young woman with even paler. These are my chosen. They speak for me. Aid their search for the prison, and you will be worthy to stand beside them in my presence. You feel energy pulsing from the artifact, lifting the pain from you, pushing the voice away. My power grows. My forces gather. The reckoning draws near.
Don't give me that look. I don't know what just happened any more than you do. We should keep going.
That's an unusual artifact you have there, Shadowheart. A most unlikely protector.
I don't know. Not exactly. All I know is it's important I get it back to Baldur's Gate. At any cost. I am a servant of Shah. My home is a secret cloister in Baldur's Gate. I need to bring that artifact back there, no matter what. I can't tell you anymore. This mission required utmost secrecy. We all submitted to having our memories suppressed so that we couldn't betray Shah's confidence. If I reach my contact in the city, I'll have my memories restored. Until then, I have to guard the artifact with my life. There. You have the truth, for all it's worth. Let's continue.
You worship Shah? Blimey. She and my beloved Mistra are not exactly friends.
Forever, ideally. And you assume too much about what I can and cannot tell. Secrecy is everything for Shah's children.
Bitch, I will kill you.
Our creed, our shield. I'm not sorry I kept this from you. Not one bit. Though perhaps that might change. If you can show an open mind.
Fucking kill you.
Talk to me later. We've got more pressing matters to see to right now. There's nothing more I can tell you. All I remember is that I have to get back to my contact in the city.
A powerful artifact indeed.
Yo, Brock, kill this fucking bitch.
Many. Not least the Absolute itself. The three figures in the vision, the Chosen are searching for it. With the cultists' aid, it will not be long before they find it. Before they find you. You have evaded them so far, thanks, it seems, to the artifact itself. But how long can such protection last? Shadowheart
was
has
from
made
El Salvador. Listen to this.
Do not know what
Let me
it
start from the
even
beginning
is.
Hoax, the Covington smear, and now what's being called the Maryland manhunt.
Trust me.
Fuck up her ass, dude.
That human's wrecking me head.
Out of my way!
Where
Something
MS-13
matter.
gang member.
It hurts. A joyous little affliction that the wound on my hand. It never quite heals. I don't think so, but you're sweet to ask. Maybe just be patient the next time you see me wince or cry out. It'll pass quickly enough. It always does. Pain is sacred to followers of Lady Shah.
Yeah.
Pain will give way to loss. It's difficult to say. Sometimes I wonder if it's supposed to be guiding me, punishing me, testing me.
Adjudicated by two different judges, I believe. It's just simply being referred to as a Maryland man over and over again.
Is he not a Maryland man? What?
I'll have you believe, sir, he's actually not from Maryland. He's from D.C.
He's not from Maryland. He's from El Salvador. And he thought the point I was making was nitpicking whether it was D.C. or Maryland, as opposed to pointing out this guy illegally entered the country, as the court has already determined.
Is that what Beanie Boy's saying? He is not a man. He's not a man from Maryland.
Yeah.
Maryland is fake.
Russia Today correspondent Tim Pool. Yep. Yeah, I love the centrist liberal Tim Pool. Hey guys, centrist liberalism. Wait, is he wearing a hoodie under his like suit jacket?
No,
gross.
It's literally just a single hoodie. Look at this. It's true classic hoodies. They're not very expensive.
Brother, suit jacket, hoodie, beanie combo is so gross, dude.
I thought this was a really good opportunity to break down a lot of the
All right. Normally we stick you foreign types in the spider pit. But the Absolute says we're all making nice now. So in you go, I suppose.
I suppose.
Well now, gonna have to be more specific than that. We're drowning in true souls, here we are.
Time you wake up today.
Priestess Gut, Boss Ragslin,
Not bad.
Audience is right. She's an uppity one and no mistake. Bloody racket.
Fuck.
Oh, come on now. They're just having a bit of fun.
Seluna. As if mingling with a horde of goblins wasn't bad enough. Good. I wasn't in.
We'll know who sent them.
I might be will pay him a visit in return. That'll be some real fun.
For once, the goblins' decorations are an improvement.
That's because she
Smells like bird flesh.
You're not worthy yet.
Poor lad. I could give you peace, you know. But no. You gotta keep silent, don't you? Where do they flee to, you stubborn rat? Please, stop! Here to see your friend, have ya? Come and join him if you like.
Say will take over. His work is sloppy. He'll kill the prisoner too quickly.
As the symbol glows, power courses through you. Authority.
What? Think you could do better?
Problems in the corporate press and alternative media. Hassan doesn't even know what I'm wearing. And he's speaking to millions of people. But the important thing is, I show you this once again, and I can't believe okay, guys, I gotta tell you. First, there was a horse. The horse died, and we started beating the dead horse. Okay, this story is a dead horse being beaten over and over again. We pulverized it into glue yesterday and cat food. Now it is just probably ash and charcoal and maybe the teeth remaining, because if we keep... I don't know how many times I can point this out. He is not a citizen or national of the U.S. He's a native of El Salvador. This is the... You pull this up?
I lost sight of him.
This is the court document showing...
Still alive.
Dude is from El Salvador. But the reason I stress this again...
Please, get me out of here. No, please. Please.
Nobody's gonna push us around anymore. Looking out for now. They never felt so strong.
Can't give up now. With haste.
Wouldn't go in there. Lest you fancy blowing your bones all the way to Baldur's Gate.
Nothing for you in there, mate.
Fuck.
What's up for discussion?
We'll have to wait. I can't talk right now.
We're gonna have to do
Smells like burnt
at least 3 major battles in the area. Such a fucking bitch, man. But I know where we gotta go first. This is gonna take a while, man.
Absolute looking out for me now.
Gotta get Halcyon.
Master Ron would have thought he'd be more creative.
I know, he's this way. Ready for a fight?
Because of your beautiful eyes.
What do they need to be looking at any of us for is what
We're gonna kill everybody in this fucking... Everybody Oh, fucking shut up. Everybody in this building, I think,
throw you to the spiders yet.
a lot of people outside of it, too. Oh, you know what? Wait, before you, you check your inventory, see if you have any, lockpicks? Okay.
The first thing I'll say is, it's for
Let's-
those that are
let's
watching
just
the
try our
live show. You're
best.
like, Timmy just told us this. Yes, but this will be a segment specifically addressing Hassan.
Save here.
When people like Hassan pull up these news stories, and they march in lock, they
fucking
genuinely
shit
believe
show.
like CNN's telling me the truth. He goes, he's not from Maryland. What's he from? DC? And it's like, no, my dude, he's from El Salvador. But people like Hassan don't do any journalistic work. They don't research. They don't pull court documents. So he
Yeah, look at
actually
them
thinks.
tits.
Make it squeal again.
It's staying right here. The beast came in here with those robbers, killed Dink and Minch too. Boss is thinking of serving it to the wargs. But first, 3 more stones. Make it nice and bloody.
Yeah! Hit his head! I want to hear more noises.
As the symbol grows, power courses through you. Authority.
Alright. We're gonna fucking fight.
Oh, you're also, yes, of course.
Something stirs deep within you, hungry and alert. It's taking something you'll never get back.
But I want to hear it squeal.
1. That's a true soul you're talking to. Show some respect.
Sorry, sir. I'll open the cage for you.
Oh, maybe.
The bear sizes you up, wary but not yet attacking.
Yep. A lot, man. Oh, fuck. Dude, it's so many.
And I feel bad for him
So
because I
many.
understand his
Yeah,
anger.
because you and Gail are already up there.
Hassan believes that Donald Trump
I'll just.
accidentally arrested an American citizen from
Look,
Maryland.
it shows you at the
and deported him
stairs
to
for
El
me.
Salvador. I mean, that would terrify me too. We've said on the show numerous times, American citizens should not be going to El Salvador. But this is what the corporate press does.
The fascinating thing I believe about all this is that it reminds me of the East thing, which is a portion of the left gets fixated on something and it takes over the entire left side of the aisle to the point where they look absolutely berserk and crazy. And when you've got a senator and 4 congressmen going down to El Salvador to a prison to meet and shake hands and have margaritas with an MS-13 gang member, you're not even crazy anymore. You're like certifiably insane.
Boy, where's Gail on your screen?
And so, like, if you want to pulverize the horse, kill it, turn it into glue, cat food, turn it into ash, I say we just keep doing it until they stop talking about it. Yeah, it's our issue. We've
I was
won
about
it,
to say, like,
and we're
what
going
the
to win
fuck?
tomorrow and the next day and the next day.
A little context about this guy. He specifically said that there are baby settlers. He takes the side of Hamas. He specifically said that there are baby settlers and that how he doesn't judge how people
Can you
rise up.
kill that one next to you?
He
Yeah,
had Houthi
perfect.
terrorists on his stream. He said that he said tell.
That was going to be
speaking
more
to-
incoming.
Speaking to a translator who was translating to the Houthi terrorists.
They're going
him
to come from the
that
top of
we
those
believe
stairs up
that
there.
He's doing what Luffy would do. Luffy's a character from One Piece, which is
Oh,
a manga.
fuck, I forgot him.
And so he literally takes the side of terrorists. He straight up has said that America deserved 9/11. Came out and said it. So he
better be careful.
left-
Trump might deport him.
Yeah, I would love it. He's an anchor baby. He's an anchor baby. But like he actually kind of is emblematic of the left in that they can't help but take the side of the bad guys. The left was on the side of the people that were firebombing cities across the country in 2020. The former vice president Kamala Harris was actually advertising a website to help pay for the legal fund for people that were arrested not for protesting
Can
but for
you
actually rioting.
target the
Kamala
one that's
Harris
by
took a
Shadowheart?
picture with, I forget the guy's name. He was the guy that was killed by the police, or not killed, but shot by the police because he was about to take off with a car full of kids. He had a knife. Jacob Blake.
Okay, well, that one's going to try to kill you now.
The vice president went and took pictures with him. The left continually sides with people that are not just on the left, but they literally side with criminals and the bad guys.
It's not a bug either.
Yeah.
I mean, that's
100%.
I agree, but I also think there's a point to be made in that. You know, some of these guys just aren't smart enough to do the digging, and you know, obviously, there's a lot of people who would rather just insult and rag on Hassan and take the low road. Serge is raising his hand, but I'm gonna say this with sincerity. I think the dude genuinely just believes too much fake stuff and doesn't know what's real, and so. Like, I'll say it again. I mean, when the news initially broke about the administrative error, my position was, okay, they deported an illegal immigrant. This is an administrative error. They shouldn't have done this. And I get a bunch of people now taking that quote, sending it to me and saying, what's up, Tim? Where are you at now? I'm like, oh, well, they came out with the arrest documents showing it was MS-13.
Oh, did I fuck them?
They cited the Alien Enemies Act saying he's part of a terrorist organization. Here's the evidence. Here's the image of his tattoos. Here's the informant giving his rank. Here's the arrest report showing him with known gang members. Here's his wife trying to cover up his tattoos, and he's a wife beater, and I'm like, I see. So what's the remedy then for the administrative error is a USCIS interview. That's it. Now, I did do an interview, I had an interview with Secretary None, and we actually spoke for about half an hour, but at least in this regard, she said, at this point, it's out of our jurisdiction. He is not an American citizen. There's no remedy for this. He can have a USCIS interview if he finds his way back here somehow, but it's not going to happen. There's no reality where that happens. If he does come back, he will simply get his hearing and be deported immediately. So they're arguing for this administrative tool. We're at the point now where Senator Van Hollen has backed away saying, I don't care if he's deported. If he came back, they'd say, okay, wait, before you enter the country, USCIS agent, how are things in El Salvador? They've arrested all of the gang members. Okay, bye. Back in the plane. Go home.
For Mr. Andy, your question of beating the, I have a question for you. Yeah. The problem with the right, a lot of times, is we always follow the narratives of the left. We let them tell us the stories, and Tim's been beating this dead horse for months, for weeks now. Why can't we just stop and start talking about what we want to talk about, and have them follow us instead of us follow them?
I think the chief reason is because the deck is stacked against us, because the corporate media is so large. And funded so predominantly by corporate interests that it's tough to suffocate that noise and talk about what we want to. I mean, gosh, Caroline Levitt would be happy to talk about what we want to talk about every day, but she can't. But when there's only one guy in the room who's...
Doesn't Donald Trump just tweet and set the narrative? I feel like what you're saying is actually contrary to the reality.
It's a tug of war. I would agree with you because we have talked about it before that I've said in the past, we need to start telling them what the story is, and we've been increasingly doing it. I think this election, the podcast presidency, was the inflection point where this is a tug of war. So Signalgate versus Marilyn
Well,
Mann
actually, just kill that one next to you.
Well, actually, they probably they ran face first and then on accident. But see how they're trying to shift back to Pete Hegseth? It's an old story. Signalgate was a month ago.
I don't know what the fuck that did.
This news cycle has moved on. But they initially tried to make us care about a circumstance not worth caring about. Did you know that a journalist was accidentally given access to partial information related to strikes in Yemen? No times, no targets, no locations, no known weapons, vehicles, yes, and I'm sorry, I should say partial times, but without location. And by all means, you can criticize it. But journalists get access to this information all the time. So, like, what's the story? They desperately tried to make us care about that, and we just walked away from it for the most part. We did talk about it for sure, but so I would say this. If you track the news cycle and look at the corporate press, they talked about it for about a week and a half longer than we did. It was nuts how many, like, channels they were doing on it. It was kind of funny.
Yeah, this has been, like I said, it's a feature, not a bug. If you go all the way back to the French Revolution, you got Marat and like the guys running the papers. Once they realized, hey, we can turn on this outpost machine and dial up the song to go store the Bastille or whatever, they've never turned it off. And that's the lesson that the left has learned that we're just starting to figure out, I think, on the right, where we can set the narrative if we have Trump tweeting about it, if we've got a few pointed media companies that are thoughtful about it. And yeah, this was the inflection point of this election. I think we're starting to get the hang of it.
I think that's right.
I do want to just add as a quick aside before we move on, is Harry Sisson tried coming after him.
That's House.
He said Tim Pool cried about President Zelensky not wearing a suit when he met with Trump.
Can turn into
but
a
this
bear.
is how Tim showed up to the White House today. Zip-up jacket and a beanie. Maybe he shouldn't be such a hypocrite. When I met Trump, I wore a suit.
Yeah.
And I went to a very nice clothing store in West Palm Beach, and they actually instructed me that the beanie was correct.
Goblin guts are quite far down the list. You aided a bear without knowing if it would savage you. A true friend of nature. Or perhaps a lunatic. Either way, I owe thanks. I am the druid Halsin. Yes, but just Halsin will suffice. Unbecoming to demand honorifics from the one who saved my hide. I am aware. I foolishly left it vulnerable to this rabble. There's work to be done. That look in your eyes. I've seen it before. Are you feeling all right? Oak Father preserve you, child. You're infected, aren't you? The Mind Flayer's spawn. But something's different. You're aware of the monster inside you. You don't bow to the Absolute like the true souls do. How is this possible? It's no coincidence that you found me here, I'll wager. You're after a cure for this parasite. I've been studying these parasites for a while now. Ever since I discovered these so-called true souls are infected with them. Someone is using very powerful magic to modify these tadpoles. They're using them to exert control over the infected. I'm sorry to say, I can't undo that magic, which means I can't cure you. But that doesn't mean I can't help. I didn't find what I came here for, a way to remove the tadpoles, but I found the next best thing. I found out where they come from. That must be where these enchantments are placed on them. And it's where you'll find your cure. I overheard that the cultists are sending all of their captives to Moonrise Towers. Innocents go in, true souls come out. Given that all of these true souls are infected, it has to be the source for this magic. If you want to find a cure, you must head there and discover how the tadpoles are being manipulated. I wish I could, but there's still work I've yet to finish. Blood I've yet to spill. I've no right to ask more of you, but if you could help me, I'd be free to join your journey to Moonrise. I cannot allow these butchers to threaten my grove. The natural order must be protected. My thanks. If you prevail, I'll owe you the debt of a lifetime. Rare is the beast that survives decapitation.
Yeah.
Help me eliminate the Drow Minthara, the Hobgoblin Drow Ragslin, and that perversion of a priestess, Gut. They are the ones holding these parasites together. Remove them, and nature will cure itself. Be warned. My presence could make things more difficult. I can only restrain my bear form so much. I won't be able to help but attack goblins. If I join you, we'll likely have to slaughter this entire place. You may want to use discretion when approaching the goblin leaders. So be it. May Sylvanas lend us
Right,
nature's
you can
fury.
go check on whoever goes. You check.
For the suit that I was wearing. And I laughed and I said, let's go. They explained to me that they actually do sell hats. And I said, but this is not formal, right? This is would this be considered rude? And they're like, no, it's perfectly fine. And I was like, really? And they were like, yes, of course. And they showed, they had similar hats, but I was like, I'm aware.
Most of the talking points that you're hearing from the left, especially people like Hassan and like Harry Sisson, it's just a vehicle for the ad hominem. Right? It's not about, there's no substantive criticism. It's just a vector of attack, so that way they can insult Tim personally, because they have no substance. They can't say, oh, you're wrong about the media. You're wrong about your question. The premise of your question was wrong. They can't do that. So they just have to say, well, you know, look at how dumb his hat is. Look at how dumb his clothes are. Blah, 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 blah. It's literally got no substance.
That was my response. Who wants to read it?
To be fair, it's a cool hoodie.
What I actually responded saying, I wasn't meeting with the president. When I met with the president, I did wear a suit. And this is, you know, I was asked before, it's like, hey, you're going, should I get a suit jacket or something? I'm like, for the press briefing? I was like, I'm not dressing the president for these people. And some were saying, yeah, but what about Carolyn Levitt disrespecting her? And I'm like, yeah, calm down. It's fake nonsense. If you're coming, when Zelensky went to the World Economic Forum, he wore a suit. That was before the war. But regardless, now he shows up to Trump and he's dressed down. And Trump didn't really care that much, but he did get criticized for that. Well, let's jump to this next story. We have this tweet from Gunther Eagleman. He says watching David Hogg almost single-handedly fracture his party into 2 pieces is phenomenal. He said that one of his main objectives is to unseat Democrats, but then refuses to name anyone. Says he's willing to put up to $200 million to get it done. James Carville and other Democrats are now calling for his removal as DNC vice chair. Pure cinema right here. They're imploding more than they already were. I don't want to give this guy too much airtime. I will play a little bit of this, but we have another clip of David Hogg getting absolutely annihilated because he has no idea what he's talking about, and he's destroying the Democratic Party.
Civics at the So, right now, let me be clear. This is not specifically when it comes to the candidates that we are targeting. It's not just, oh, if you're over a certain age, you should not be doing this. Unfortunately, there are people of all ages who are failing to meet this moment in different ways right now. What we're looking at are it's not out with the old and in with the new. It is out with the ineffective and in with the effective. And part of what we're doing with this announcement is waiting to see who retires here and says, you know what, it is time. I'm not ready to meet this moment anymore. And I know for a lot of our members that they will decide that ultimately.
So the reason why I want to highlight that is what he's basically saying is he wants all Democrats to self-deport.
Oh, fuck that.
He's basically saying, we're going to launch a massive campaign against you. Why don't you retire? I got to be honest, that's actually the right thing to do. What Donald Trump is doing, and this is something that Secretary Noem told me, is that getting the message out to illegal immigrants, leave now of your own volition. Otherwise, you will face penalties. It's going to increase self-deportation. People are just going to leave, and that saves you money. If David Hogg can convince incumbent Democrats to quit out of fear, retire now before it's too late, he's going to save himself a fat sack of cash. But now we have this, where on ABC News, David Hogg, and he's what? He's like one of 4 or like 3 vice chairs of the DNC. Is that his position? Yeah. He gets absolutely obliterated in this clip. Check this out. Let me tee this up. This is the future of the Democratic Party. This is important.
They've got no message. They've got no movement. They've got no leader. I mean, it doesn't get any worse than that. I mean, you're defending Harvard. You're traveling to El Salvador for MS-13 gang members. But here's the point. You're taking $20 million. If I'm looking at someone, my vice chair of the RNC, taking $20 million for another effort, it's $20 million.
Typical, I guess.
Just gotta revive.
I better help.
Try to maintain position because they're gonna. Got him. All right. I actually try to like move towards like the center out of the acid. Wait.
Where do I go from here?
Well, if you do want me to get you, like I do want to drink, but.
didn't.
Much like your words is meaningless wealth. Anyone to save the former.
Get absolutely. So what, do we have to get up there? Should I get up there? Kill it?
No, don't. Fuck.
Checkmate.
Dollars out of the DNC's pocket. You can't be on the board of the Fishing and Forest Company and on Greenpeace at the same time. There are places for the good to hold the party.
Yeah, let me push back against that. This was not an MS-13 game.
One health,
You
dude.
well know that.
Oh my God.
He was not.
Okay,
And
so
the only
keep defending
Please don't stop David Hogg. Please don't
Great
stop.
guy. The administration admitted this was wrong. In America, we have due process and we are a land of law and order. We are a land of law and order. And this administration is repeatedly showing time and time again they do not care about what the Supreme Court says. They do not care about the rule of law. And you cannot defend sending people to another country.
Just did a poll.
To another country where they don't
Most
have
Americans
rights.
think
Where
that
he's
all
denied counsel,
illegal
due
immigrants should
process,
be
and so much
deported.
more.
I'm gonna pause real quick because David Hogg is yelling over this dude. He said CNN released a poll that most Americans believe all.
Literally, Jesus Christ. Holy fuck. What if that thing's gonna keep calling me? Why not just kill it?
Well, this is actually kind of good because you can kind of just get them one by one, right? Gonna take more and more people from the rest of the map.
Do we have to fight them anyway?
Yeah.
So, okay, so they're not actually spawning, they're people we've already walked past?
Yeah, there are people already there. What'd you do? I honestly don't know what the hell that does, but...
All illegal immigrants should be deported. This is the issue with David Hogg as vice chair, and why I would say he is burning down the DNC. I have this. This is the Prince George's County Police Department gang field interview sheet. This is released by the DOJ. This is the arrest report showing that Armando Abrego Garcia was arrested with MS-13. Okay, I just think it's fairly obvious that if you're wearing MS-13 gang clothes, that in and of itself doesn't really say much. You're wearing a Bulls hat and a jersey. However, if you're wearing their
explode the dead body.
Close to you now.
Close to the dead body.
Might be, yeah. If they're within that radius.
Looks that way. Take this.
Got 1 health. Good, actually. She walked around the pillar, at least on my screen.
specific gang clothes and you were with them, now we're going to start asking questions. Because if you were not part of MS-13, you might get in trouble with these guys. I genuinely wonder if people don't understand gang culture, but if you're in gang territory wearing the wrong colors, they will come up to you. They will. This is very, very common for people who from Chicago. I know I'm beating a dead horse on that one because I'm from there. You'll be walking down the street, and if you're wearing black and gold, someone's going to stop and say, are you Latin King? Like, you're wearing the gang colors. And it's like, bro, I'm just wearing gym shorts. You don't even know. And this is common. So not only do we have evidence, okay, evidence that when officers then interviewed Kilmar Armando Abrego Garcia during the interview, officers observed he was wearing a Bulls hat and a hoodie with rolls of money covering the eyes and ears and mouth, which is indicative of ver or, I don't know how to pronounce that, or y calar, see no evil, hear no evil, say no evil. Wearing the Chicago Bulls hat represents they're a member in good standing with MS-13.
Okay, this one's got a bow and arrow, so he's probably gonna stay up top, maybe. Fuck. Okay, he's only got 7 health.
Nothing important is ever easy. Swords meet sorcery. Another fight. Let's go.
And then they interviewed an individual who said that he was a Chikeo, right here. He had the rank of Chikeo with the moniker
I just want
of
to hold
Chele.
this position.
And then, of course, here is the document I've shown 50 billion times already that asserts in a court, in the hearing for removal, that he is a citizen of El Salvador. So for David Hogg to then go on the show and say, you know damn well he was not. I feel like these people can't save their own party for the life of them.
Well, I'll make a prediction. I bet you're not going to see David Hogg on TV in the next couple of months. As soon as that was over, I bet, you know, there's clearly a void at the top in the Democrat Party, but whether it's Gavin Newsom, who's trying so hard to not be a progressive anymore, even though he is, Rahm Emanuel, who's going online or going on TV saying stop all the woke stuff, whether it's Obama, somebody's calling up David Hogg and saying you're not going to go on TV anymore. That's the question, right?
I don't agree. We were talking about this yesterday when we're crafting the thumbnails for this show. We want to have there's party leadership for prominent political stories. If the story is about, sometimes we won't
choose a disengage and move where I'm moving.
You know, if Elon does a big thing, it's big in the news. The character in the thumbnail will be Elon. There's no Democrat personality that represents the party at all.
If I'm wrong, it's because you're right that there is nobody at the top. But what I can tell you is that there's a lot of money.
Let me see what it looks like.
There's a lot of checks that will not be written to the DNC.
Indeed.
If that behavior.
And I think you are correct. So I do believe there's a strong probability that you are correct in the entirety. I think, however, you have split factions in the DNC right now, and Hogg.
Civil war, baby.
Internal party civil war.
It's like those two arrows pointing diagonally
There's going to be the James
away
Carville
from each
types.
other.
He called them a little twerp.
Yeah.
Did you hear that? And you think David Hogg's not going to listen to what he has to say? Nope. And perhaps he was only called a twerp because he wouldn't listen in the first place. Yeah. So there's going to be someone with a check for the Democratic Party, and Hogg's going to say, "You're not giving the check to me. You never were coming." So I don't care what you think. I'm going to say what I think. This fracturing is going to. I don't see how, at least in the near future, they emerge with a coherent party.
Well, right now the Democrats don't know what they want to be. They don't know if they want to be progressives or if they want to be closer to mainstream Ro Khanna style Democrats. And also, if they decide to go with the progressives, the very progressives, which David Hogg is one of, they're not going to get any money. They're not going to get donations. They'll get small donations from the average person that likes, AOC, likes Bernie Sanders, and they might be able to get, millions of dollars, but they're not going to get the big checks that go to PACs, which actually make a big difference. Hillary Clinton spent $1 billion to lose to Donald Trump. Joe Biden and Kamala Harris spent $1 billion to lose to Donald Trump. Joe Biden spent $1 billion to beat Donald Trump. That's the kind of money that it takes to win an election nowadays, and they're just not. And AOC and Bernie Sanders aren't going to get it because they will actually talk about things like taking away, you're changing the corporate or the tax rate on capital gains. So you're
You know what? Let's go back through the door.
They're going to pay 25%. They're not going to want to.
I want to
give a donation to
Because
them.
if we go out into the main hall,
gains, you're going to have to sell your
we
property.
basically used up like all our spell slots.
And they're not going to get anyone to give them
And
money.
But you guys you're involved in this political
you just
landscape
dash
of,
to the door.
fundraising, all that stuff.
Covers a bit more space.
So I'm curious with your experience in this. It's interesting because I don't see a reality in which the old guard Democrats begin to agree with the woke new upstarts. So what happens to those? Where do those donations go? Do they just stop? How does this play out?
You can go through the door.
Go ahead. Well, history doesn't repeat itself, but it rhymes, right? So if you look back through, we've gone through cycles of this in the past on the left and the right, but it's historically either somebody on the right, younger side, or
Okay, yeah,
younger
so
side on the
she's
left, in that
back
Rohana
in
style, picks
row.
up the mantle and runs with the money.
Catch my breath.
Or
Switch
more,
her.
what's happened on the left more often is
Yeah, go through
one
the door.
of the older types sees an opportunity, adjust their politics, and try to take their money. These
boots have seen everything.
Their historic donors and bring it with them,
Okay.
and try to meet in the middle. And that's kind of what Bernie
Leave my
Sanders
character
shot
out.
for, but missed. And if Hillary Clinton probably would have knocked him off the edge, he might have been
Better
successful.
make
in
camp
that.
soon.
But that would be my
Might be a
suspicion
while
where that
before
would.
there's another chance to
I
try.
I think political donors kind of
Uh,
fall
get-
in two camps.
get Gail back
And
in
this,
here.
it works on both sides of the aisle. There are the principal donors, and then there are the transactional donors. And if the money is not moving where it needs to go in budgets, in federal budgets or state budgets, the transactional donors will stop. And if you're
Yeah, I'll
talking
control the bear.
about
I'll get it back.
MS-13 illegal aliens, or you're
Oh
talking
yeah, he's gonna
about
fucking
transgender
say, "Oh, why
surgeries
you
and stuff
fucking
like
going?"
That, and that prevents the money from moving in the budgets.
Should
the
get back in
transactional
here as well.
I know that's a little complicated, but that's how I see the donor.
So
Okay.
are we optimistic then for the midterms for the next 4 years?
Good.
I'm
All right.
thoroughly black-pilled
Let's
on
see.
just the economic situation.
We have work to do, enemies to kill. I'll wait here. Just know that you're gambling with the Grove's very existence.
So is it gonna save that we killed all of them?
Yeah, he'll save it.
Going back to camp.
Yeah, let's kill. Stop.
I just can't shake you, can I?
One horn, the stink of Avernus, Advocatus Diaboli.
Well, I'll be God's damned. The Blade of Frontiers. Thought I'd shaken you for good. That'll teach me to underestimate you.
Karlach, the Archdevil Zariel's gladiator, come to burn the Sword Coast to ash.
Well, not counting the fuckers that need a good hurting.
Shut it, devil. I know your kind. A heart darker than a shadow's nightmares. You'd cut a child's throat just to taste the blood.
A devil? I didn't take the blade for a fool. I'm...
A great fire roars through you. The fire of the first hell. You are Karlach, tearing through demons across a blood-red landscape of fire and volcanic cinder. The front lines of the Blood War. With every swing of her axe, Karlach fulfills Mistress Zariel's purpose.
Proof.
This game reminds me of the Old Republic or whatever.
It's time you feel the sting of the blade.
I've tried to tell you. I'm not what you think I am.
Another vision. Karlach's blade rays slicing through devils, Zariel's servants, as her eyes dart around, seeking escape. Will shudders with Karlach's desperation. She is a victim of the Blood War, not an agent of it.
By Baldur's helm, No, I will not be tricked.
You saw the truth. I may be an effective soldier, but I never wanted to serve Zariel. Legged it away from her the first chance I got.
And yet you served.
In our country. I mean,
Will
we are
catches his
going
breath and
into
his lips
a sovereign
straighten.
debt crisis.
Sheer
And Trump
dread
is
twists
correctly
his face.
No! Devils cannot be trusted!
Would you listen to sense? This doesn't have to end badly for either of us. You know monsters better than anyone. Can't you look in my eyes and see I'm not a devil?
You don't know what this means. You don't know what you're asking me to do.
I'm asking you to live, Will. I don't want to hurt you. And to be frank, I'd rather not find out how the Blade got his name. I swear to you, on all I am not what you think.
Shit!
You guys got weird looking arms.
Shit.
Yeah, his forearms and his elbows.
You really are no devil, are you?
Yeah. Especially when he
I've been deceived.
Oh, thank the gods.
I think maybe his humorous,
Thought I was gonna have to take your head.
Too long or something as well.
You would have died in the attempt. But
Yeah,
there
it
have
looks
been enough
weird.
threats today.
Looks like his
Truce
bicep
then,
is like
eh?
overstretched.
Aye. Truce. I see the good in you, Karlach. I promise not to lose sight of it.
It's almost like his
Even
bicep
when the
is
hells
so,
burn hottest.
atrophied and everything else is something.
Damn, dude. Shadowheart looks fucking nice. See if we are any better. Why is my game frozen? Okay. Okay, I left the camp.
trying to steer that titanic boat and turn it diametrically in the opposite direction, but he's getting hammered by the reality of having 120% debt to GDP.
breathe deep
I do not know.
Make them make Gale like
The
crouch
biggest
down.
problem that the Republicans are going to face is the economy, and
See if this
the
actually helps us
Republicans
and then
need
crouch down.
to actually provide good results for the American people, because
Yeah.
if they don't, the people that are going to come after them.
See if I mean still stand up when we fucking walk, but alright, let's go try to go outside again. Save same way we came in. Gotta go out there. Oh wait. Fuck, we might have to leave
Breathe deep and move.
box. Would you rather have the bear with us?
I don't see why not. I feel like he'd help us, right?
Yeah. It's just when he's there, we're going to have to fight
think
Like
you're
we're
really gonna
always
sneak
gonna.
past them in the first place? Like, is that even possible?
I want to try it. I definitely want to try it, and then we'll. How I'm thinking is, I want to sneak past, and then just kind of like act normal, and then deal with one of the guys he wants to kill, and then come back here and just tag him along and go help us kill the other two. Go try to see if it works. If not, well, I can understand this then. Oh, stay out of that red bullshit right there. Looking away now, but
I guess the dark parts of
yeah, yeah. Well, no, it's just like see, you see that? Now, if I just unengage, I want to see if they attack me.
Feeling rather unsteady.
Okay, no, they're not going to attack me. Okay. What I'm saying is, we'll go over here. Just follow.
Have to keep going.
Just yeah. Stop crouching. Going to. This is one of the chicks we have to kill.
Now here's
Talk with
somebody
her.
special. The Absolute
See
has
if I can
touched
get her.
you, hasn't she? Priestess Gut needs to touch you too. Hold out your arm so I can mark your flesh. Maybe you don't need it. After all, you're special, ain't you? Like me.
She probes your mind, tangling your thoughts with hers. A familiar sensation. Darkness seems to swallow the temple, leaving you with a vision of the goblin priestess receiving instruction from a handsome young man, one of the chosen. The vision dissolves away. You stand before the goblin priestess in the temple once again. Her faith floods into you, a tide of shuddering ecstasy. Her tadpole nestles within that mania, secure, hidden.
I feel you in there, digging around. Maybe I can help with that. Us true souls gotta look out for one another. Of course. Don't want this rabble interfering with true soul business. Let's go to my chapel.
Oi! Priestess, we want the mark.
Yeah. Ain't we good enough for the Absolute?
Killer private room. This is better.
Oi, come here.
Close the door.
I ain't waiting around.
See what this does.
They're gonna come and attack us, but at least we can kind of like bottleneck them.
Ready to clear your head?
Fuck, alright. Gotta fucking kill this
The
bitch.
Absolute will protect me. You don't stand a chance.
maybe back up if you can, just in case of the spell.
If I try to go, it'll
It's easy these days.
I have an attack from her. She'll hit me if I try to back up. Okay, though. This bitch. Oops, I missed. good.
We've got trouble!
Come on, can't stay idle.
Yeah, I should be able to kill her with this one. Okay. Yeah, there are a bunch of goblins by the door. They're gonna come. But flash over there. Oh fuck. Fuck, dude. That's a lot of them. This guy looks like he's about to fucking die, dude.
We can't hit those guys, right?
No. I mean, you could run around, but like, you're gonna expose yourself. They're gonna come in. Oh, you know, you have, what is it called? Thunder Wave? Well, you can knock them off the ledge there. If you have the opportunity, if you have a spell that can do that, by all means. Knock back here. Pretty low in health. KO. Fuck.
With ease. Well, so much for peace.
No, you made him fall, dude. Nice.
That one guy took 13 damage. Holy shit.
Yo, retreat, Gale. Gonna get fucked up.
The Democrats that will end up getting elected because they just, the Americans don't like the Republicans because they didn't do enough for them, didn't provide the results they wanted. The people that come after the Republicans are very, very bad. They're your AOCs, they're your Bernies, and those people will destroy the economy. They will because we have like you said, 120% debt to GDP. And if you start implementing things like the Green New Deal and implementing things like Medicare for all with that kind of debt, you will blow up the dollar. And that
the
has
one that I just
ramifications that aren't just to the
fucking
United
did something
States,
to,
there are ramifications
leave him alone, okay?
globally. Those are the kind of things that start wars.
Well, but I would even go further and say we just need to stop the current spending. And the people that are in the way, that are literally blocking us from doing that, are Senate Republicans.
Yeah, fair enough.
So
Not the one with
inflation
like the
rate
circle
in
thing
1980
around
was
him.
13%.
Like the one behind him. Yeah.
And the Federal Reserve hiked
Making
interest
sure.
rates to nearly 20%.
Yeah.
And the economy officially entered into a recession. The U.S. federal debt to GDP in 1980 was 34.56.
Okay.
The current U.S. debt to GDP is 122.7. So, we are not producing anything. We're not going to be able to pay down the debt. Probably
That one's
why
gonna attack
Doge
the other
effort
ones,
is
I
so,
think.
important, but I don't believe that Doge is moving quickly enough to get our spending down. So you have the debt continuing to increase. In fact, the deficit is still increasing. So the deficit is how much more we're spending than we make, and the deficit is going up.
I'm trying to
meaning
remember
we're
if
going
it does
to
or not.
exponentially accrue
Are you
debt
able to
faster
hit
and faster
the
and
other
faster.
ones?
And, you know, Ian
this one
likes to
that's
say on this show, just default.
That's a
Just,
war.
just default.
Okay,
That'll be a
no,
war.
I guess.
It's World War III instantly overnight.
Well, I would argue that inflation.
I would say
is
just retreat,
default.
Gale.
When you-
Get him behind a
when
wall.
you buy a $1,000 bond, you expect $1,000 back, but because of inflation, you get less.
But if
And
it's already
so
too late,
the crisis that we're having right now is that if the Fed cuts rates,
Yeah,
that means
I
more
guess.
money's in the system, which means higher inflation. If they raise rates, that means interest expense that the government has to pay causes inflation.
Yep.
There is no way out of this without inflation.
But there's a way out of it. We have to cut spending.
Right.
I mean, that's the only way out.
But if you're as black-pilled as I am, there is no amount of spending that you can cut to get out of it.
And even if they cut spending on the things that actually do impact the deficit and the debt, unfunded liabilities, your mandatory spending, which is your Medicare, Medicaid.
That's good.
Those are the people that vote the most, and that will not last because they're of the opinion that they paid in. So even if you cut all the benefits to everybody 65 and over and said we have to save the dollar, we have to save the country, they will vote your ass out the very next chance they get. So it's really a situation where I'm very much in the same boat with you. I don't know how to fix it.
I think Trump might have a solution. We got the story from the Post Millennial. Trump admin reverses course on Biden's student debt relief. Only 38% of borrowers are current on payments. They have not collected on student loan debt for 5 years. We've got a statement from the DOE. This is amazing. It says, quote, American taxpayers will no longer be forced to serve as collateral for irresponsible student loan policies, said U.S. Secretary of Education Linda McMahon. The Biden administration misled borrowers. The executive branch does not have the constitutional authority to wipe debt away, nor do the loan balances simply disappear. That's the interesting one. Because I've heard from people, they logged into their accounts and the balance simply disappeared. So what happens now? Will it come back? Hundreds of billions have already been transferred to taxpayers going forward. The DOE, in conjunction with the Department of Treasury, will shepherd the student loan program responsibly and according to the law, which means helping borrowers return to repayment both for the sake of their own financial health and our nation's economic
Don't hit the person who's in that rectangle thing. He's frozen.
Owe more than
He can't do
1.6
anything.
trillion in student debt. This is only 38% of
All
borrowers
the other
are
ones
in
would
repayment
destroy
and
them.
current
Shit.
on their student loans. They say almost 1.9 million borrowers have been unable to even begin
What
repayment
the fuck,
because of the
dude?
processing pause that was put in place by the previous administration. Since August 2024, the department has not processed applications for enrollment in any repayment plan, such as income-based repayment, income contingent repayment, or PAY, P-A-Y-E. The department is currently working with federal student loan servicers and anticipates processing to begin next month. This is going to be
They're going after Gale.
interesting. I'm curious what you guys think. I'll tell you what I think, and then young people, younger millennials, or just millennials in general, with massive debt, who haven't had to pay them for 5 years, they didn't budget for this. They're going to get a shock debt overnight that they thought is
got
gone.
that guy.
And if they do say, when they say this debt doesn't disappear, if people log back in and all of a sudden the debt is there, or they get a collections bill in the mail saying, sorry, the Supreme Court said Biden could not do this, it is going to be people waking up with negative money They didn't budget for this. The economy is going to get hurt.
Yeah, I work in, when I'm not in State House, I work in real estate. So primarily commercial real estate, but a little bit of residential. And I can tell you, people our age, when they're waiting longer and longer to buy a house. And
Yo, get Gale out of there,
a
dude.
little bit of an uptick.
Like, yeah, like hit somebody and then run away.
Their first home because they weren't going to do that. And they were suspended, so the lenders could count on that.
Wow.
This is gonna.
Do you guys have any sense as to if, and this is totally hypothetical and it's just popped in my head, I have no idea if there's any substance to it, but is it possible that banks have taken these loans and turned them into securities and have sold them, like they did with the mortgage-backed securities in 2008? I don't know, but if they did, in the hopes that the government was going to pay these things off, because if they said, "Oh, Biden says that he's going to pay them off," and they would say, "Well, you can securitize these."
In my experience, if anything can be securitized and financialized, they will. I don't know if they can legally do that, but if they can, then they're going to try it.
Yeah, I mean, again, I have no sense as to if they did or not, but if they did, if banks have done this, and this is a ticking time bomb.
Well, most of those same banks you're talking about, the Big Five, they're already sitting on an insurmountable amount of commercial property debt. That is, they're just kicking the can down the road as long as possible. If that's the case, then that might be the straw that breaks the
telephone pole,
or the telephone pole, or more than a straw.
Couple days left. So also don't forget to smash the like button, share the.
He's illegitimate. He's purely immoral, breaking every rule. We're going to resist him. Everything he does.
James O'Keefe here in Arlington, Virginia, in front of the Pentagon. The branch chief inside the Pentagon saying on hidden camera he's going to resist against Trump and Hegseth. Now, since President Trump was elected and assigned Pete Hegseth as Secretary of Defense, the DoD has faced a number of leaks in the past few months from employees inside the Pentagon.
There's some type of deep state forces that want to make sure you don't stay there.
They've come after me from day one,
Or
just
more.
like they've come after President Trump. I mean, I've gotten a fraction of what President Trump got in that first term.
The Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth, has been going on media interviews expressing that there are people within the Pentagon who want to resist the president and hurt his policies.
I know exactly why I'm here, to rip out the insidious ideologies and not compromise and not back down, to reestablish standards and accountability.
Nicholas Terza, a branch chief within the DoD, expressed dissatisfaction with his new boss, Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth, claiming he is too young for the job.
So I'm assuming that your boss isn't Pete Hegseth.
Ultimately, he is my boss.
Okay.
But this is insane. I actually know Pete Hegseth.
You do? Like personally?
But this is so crazy. Like, that's not a good reflection on me. That's a bad reflection on Trump. Like, nobody I know should be the Secretary of Defense.
That's a weird thing to say, because I would ask, like, why? You're like, I know Kash Patel. I would never say no one I know should be running the FBI. Like, well, I don't know. I actually know a lot of veterans and security experts and law enforcement. That's like a weird thing to say. I do want to add this real quick to this. This is a clip from the interview I had with Kristi Noem that I think is pertinent to the Tulsi Gabbard and DoD leak story. Check this out.
One thing that, in Homeland Security that we've been doing is we're polygraphing everybody. We're kind of going hardcore. So I'm just, I don't trust anybody. And really polygraphing. We are polygraphing everybody. So if I had a CBP officer that was sitting there and facilitated child trafficking, first thing I do is put him on a polygraph and start building a case against him. So we've done that with people on our executive offices, heading up our biggest agencies, in our communications department. We've had all these leaks going on. We've polygraphed those individuals. If we think somebody is not on Team America, then I want to find out if you really understand that you're working for the people of this country. I love it. So nobody's done that before, but if I have the authority to do it, I'm going to do it to make sure the deep state exists. Oh yeah. And I would say 10 years ago, you could have told me, I would have been skeptical on that and thought, everybody's kind of seeing shadows. Boy, if anything has proven to me that it does, and that there are people embedded in this government, and that there are people that are facilitating crimes and criminal activity, I know that there are, and so we're going to make sure that we're doing all we can.
I'm gonna save it here.
I'm
I'm gonna get up.
Would facilitate something as horrific.
Fucking wake up.
This is actually a really interesting turn of events for me because it was just yesterday that I spoke with Christy Nome, and she said,
See you,
we've got
man.
people, the deep state is real, they're entrenched. She's specifically referring to guys like this, that James O'Keefe then, I believe just at 6:46 p.m., publishes this video. So while I have Christy Nome literally saying,